There are 4 stages involved in launching a ballistic missile. The first one is the boost stage. It starts at the point the missile is launched and ends after all the rocket fuel is burned and the missile is propelled into the exosphere. The next stage is the post-boost stage. It starts after all the fuel is burned and ends after the re-entry vehicle is ejected. Next is the intermediate course stage. It takes place after the re-entry vehicle is ejected and lasts until the missile enters the exosphere. Then comes the final stage. It starts when the re-entry vehicle enters the exosphere, and it lasts until it reaches its ultimate target on the ground. Missile defense systems use military satellites to detect rocket emissions during the initial boost stage of a missile. But this new nuclear weapon employs the railgun's ability to fire projectiles at ultra-high velocities instead of using a rocket. That's why it can't be detected by today's missile defense systems. And on top of that, the re-entry vehicle also uses stealth technology. It's so accurate that its 50% zone comes close to 50 meters. That's as good as the best ICBM.
A highly accurate, undetectable, uninterceptable nuclear weapon. We wouldn't even be able to tell where it came from.
And that's not all. A standard ballistic missile uses a 2-stage or a 3-stage solid fuel rocket for its propulsion system. Besides costing lots of money, safely maintaining the solid rocket fuel and readying the missile for launch requires a lot of work. But a railgun-launched nuclear warhead avoids all of those problems. And it's cheap, too.
It's the perfect nuke. A general's dream.
And the world's nightmare.
Hey. How we doing, chat? Happy Thursday. Happy bloody Thursday. How is it going? It's good to see you. We've got some incredible legends in the chat, as per usual. We've got Middle-earth Marxist, Catgirl Steph, Valkyrie, Just Johnny, Duke of Blonde, Bubble87, Hermeneutics, And I think that's everyone. I don't think I missed anyone. How are you doing? What are you up to? How's your day going? What are you saying? I'm still getting used to my new routine. Well, it's my old routine. I'm still getting used to getting back into my old routine. That's what's going on at the minute for me. It just took a long time to get ready for anything today, and that is why I'm a bit late. I'm about an hour late, and I really thought that, I don't know, I really thought that I was in the mindset to just, like, you know, work like I was doing last month. But I guess, like, yeah, I still gotta sort some stuff out. I'm still waking up late. I've just got to start putting an alarm on, to be honest, because, yeah, missing that Universal Credit appointment yesterday was so bad, and today just not waking up early enough for me to get into gear of working. And the work today was edit the video, edit the stream, edit a little highlight video, which a lot of you have just been in the premiere of the Aaron Bastani, Piers Morgan stuff yesterday. Nick Fuentes, God, like, just rewatching it and looking at it again made me even more mad. I was just so blown away by all of that. So there is a link at the top of the chat. If you go to the pinned chat message at the top of the chat, head over there, head over to that clip video, give it a like, give it a comment. It helps me out in the algorithm. It means that it will, you know, the purpose of the clip channel, I've not really been in the habit of saying this too much recently, but the purpose of the clip channel is to advertise the stream, right? Because a lot of people will look at a clip of a stream highlight and they'll be like, wow, this stream looks really good. I wish I should go there and hang out, if they use Twitch. If not, they'll stay on the clips channel, right? And Fighter Jet, yo, thank you so much for the 78 months, dude. Appreciate that.
Hello. Just lurking while at work, laughing face.
Hell yeah. Enjoy your work. Work smart, not hard. That's what we like to see. Where was I up to? Yes, the purpose of the Clips channel is to get people to come and join the community. We already have an amazing community here. So, you know, I'm not saying that, like, user useless or anything. I'm saying we have an opportunity to grow. And it is always fun when more and new people join our community. I feel like I have a decent message. I feel like it's a good idea to try and get that out there and spread that out there. Like I was saying in the video, there isn't really a lot of left-wing creators on Twitch who are talking about the problems in the UK in the same way, in this, like, with the same kind of, you know, eye that gets given to the far right, to the Nazi shit that's going on in America. Like, there's just not a lot of UK people who are looking at the right-wing Nazi shit in the UK, and I think it's really important. I think more people need to be doing this. You know, I think, you know, we got Lesbian Hot Sauce, we got people like Sophie, we got people like Dave Legend, and yeah, I just think we need a lot more. Helena's obviously good as well. And yeah, that's my take. So please head over to the link at the top of the chat and give it a like, give it a subscribe, give it a comment, and share it around and all that kind of business, and that'll help me in the algorithm. And I might very well reply to your message, because it's always better to read the messages at the start. For some reason, that channel also just gets a lot of right-wingers looking at it, and so I get a lot of hate comments on that channel, and it's very small, right? You know, like, I don't really have any, like, big creator friends anymore who would be willing to share my stuff. So I do just get a lot of fash who are just, like, yelling at me and calling me, like, a woke lefty and saying that migrants are the problem and all this stuff. Like, it's just so... It gets really depressing, to be honest. It gets very depressing. I've had people say things to me in the past like, oh, you're so lucky. Like, you have a YouTube channel, you have Twitch. It gives you loads of feedback and tells you, like, how good you are as a person. And it's like, I really don't, man. Like, you know, the Twitch stream is great. Like, all of you guys are great. Like, I love you coming and hanging out here, and it's great and fun, and, you know, we have a laugh, and that's great, right? But, like, a lot of the time, if I'm not streaming, I'm just getting, like, hate comments on my YouTube, man, and it's just like, you know, I could deal with it, but it's not you know, being a YouTuber is not the, especially like a small YouTuber, it's just like not what it's cracked up to be, right? Like I get like really regularly, really regularly, like at least 4 times a month, someone will comment on like I don't get any new comments of people who like my YouTube videos on my main channel. This is not the Twitch clips channel. The Twitch clips channel comment section is a nightmare except for you guys, right? My main channel, at least 4 times a month, I will get someone in there being like, ha ha ha, you fell off. Ha ha ha, 1,100 views in 3 months is so embarrassing, bro. You should just quit. And, you know, these people have been telling me to quit for ages. And they're mad that I haven't quit. They're mad that I've, like, quit and come back. They're all the same haters and shit, man. But it's just, like, it's so deeply, like, fucking depressing and annoying. But, yeah, anyway. So, little rant there just about... You know, yeah, it's not easy being a YouTuber, man, especially if you've got fucking scruples about you. Like, if you know, if you just want to be a fucking liberal and talk about, like, nonsense and drama, like, yeah, man, you're gonna be fine. Like, you'll get some weird comments and you'll get some weird fan bases coming after you, but, you know, anyway. B-Rat, hello, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Duke of Blonde says, big good, been working health stuff. I'm reporting my hospital for safeguarding violations. Damn. I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, that is something the hospitals really need to take seriously. So yeah. Obviously support you in that. That's crazy. Network says, I have the kind of cough people used to write about before antibiotics were created, but I can eat again, so onwards and upwards. Onwards and upwards? Upwards and onwards? Yeah, good. I'm glad that you can eat again. I'm sorry to hear about the cough. It sounds like you might have maybe a bit of COVID or something. I don't know. Tough. It's tough shit. We're all still people at the end of the day, my man. Yeah, exactly, yeah. They're small people with small ideas. Yeah, I know. It's just one of those things, isn't it? It's like negative comments get to you twice as much as positive ones. So I need like 2 positive comments for every negative comment that I get. And it's like the Tim Pool thing, but I'm not quitting because it's not about money. Hey Echo Baz, how you doing? Good to see you. The weirdest YouTube comment stuff I've seen lately was right-wingers on small science videos being like, you use the anti-Western BCE instead of BC, not subbing. Yeah, okay, dude, like, you're not gonna sub. It's so dumb, right? It's so fucking dumb. I wave COVID. Yeah, it sounds like it. It sounds like it, my man. I'm sorry to hear it. Okay, what we're gonna do? Because I'm late, I'm gonna get straight into it. I've got nothing else to tell you. I spent the day editing the YouTube video. That's it. I spent most of the day editing the YouTube video, and it wasn't even most of the day. I kind of started doing it at about 4 p.m. I was playing a bit of RimWorld. I'll admit that. I was just playing a bit of RimWorld. I was watching Marcus's stream earlier and having a fun time there. That's it. That's my day. I didn't even go to the gym. I'm feeling a bit mad, but it's okay. I'll probably do a little workout later, even though the gym's going to be closed. I'm gonna just like do a little workout at home. It's only a chest day, right? It's chest day today. So I'm just gonna do like some press-ups, and I've got like a couple of little weights that I'm gonna use and just do that. It doesn't have to be like a full gym thing anyway, because, you know, I'm just getting back to the gym anyway, so I shouldn't be pushing myself crazy style. Hello, Smash. How are you doing? It's good to see you as well. The RimWorld Stunlock. The good news is I think I'm kind of done with it now, because after I did my sea ice challenge, my self-imposed sea ice challenge, I was like, and I've murked it off. Like, it was so fun to do. Actually, it was a real challenge, and I got to the point where it's like I'm pretty much at the late game, and it's like, yeah, I don't need to do this anymore, and I started a new game that's not as difficult. I was like, I'm just gonna like take the training wheels off. Well, not take the training wheels, take the training weights off, and play like an easier game. And like, it's like, oh my god, it's so much easier. when you just have resources and shit, it's like, oh god, I remember how stressful it was trying to get that fucking colony started on a sheet of sea ice, right? So yeah, that was a little bit fun doing that, but as I was doing it, I was like, I'm probably just gonna edit this video. So I did that. I did pop out to the shops and get some stuff for my dinner, even though I had just like a sandwich for my dinner just before the stream. I'm gonna get on that curry again later on because it's so good. The curry that I had yesterday, Jesus Christ, so fucking good. So I'm gonna cook that later as well. Training your motivation is as important as training your body. Gotta train your mind, train your body, train your soul. Absolutely. Spot on, Bubble. That is fucking spot on. But like I said, we are just gonna get into it because I'm already an hour late. Let's take a look at what is going on today. I've got a couple of posts. We're gonna go through some posts. First thing we're gonna look at. Bonnie Blue has endorsed Reform UK. So that's how you know that Reform are great, don't you? Well, look, here's the thing, right? A lot of people will say that Bonnie Blue is just kind of like a sex worker, right? And she is. She absolutely is a sex worker. However, there is something to be said about the way that Bonnie Blue talks about young men who are basically kids, right? I don't know if anyone has seen this, but she did a whole thing in Australia where she was like talking about Schoolies Week, right? And Schoolies Week is when kids who are just 18 basically like finish school for the summer and they're just having like parties and stuff like that. And she was like, I can't wait to like get all these like barely 18-year-old boys to like come and fuck me on my OnlyFans channel and shit like that. And it's like, all right, yeah, she's like 24. You know, I don't know, man. It's obviously like, it's difficult for me. I have like a lot of like complicated feelings being like a person who was sexually abused by a woman, by two separate women, at two separate points in my life. You know, I'm just kind of like, I have a lot of complicated feelings about it. Especially when it's like, you know, a woman doing it. So maybe I'm not the right person to talk about this. But it's giving pedo vibes. It is genuinely giving like a bit of pedo vibes. I think that you are being exploitative, even though it's like young men, like they're still kids, they're still like just 18, you know, and you're not making the right decisions when you're that old. And I know that from experience, right? But the thing is that like most people, most normies, I think there is like a nuanced position to take on it, right? Do you know what I mean? But like, I don't know, for me it's as simple as that, but other people will be like looking at it and being like, nah, she's just a pedo. And that might be more because of the way that misogyny is in our society, but I just think it's gross in general. I just think it's like, maybe it's not like pedo behavior, maybe it's just like gross behavior, right? That's how I feel about it. The women who abused me were like in their 30s and I was, you know, 13 and 17, right? So it's like, you know, anyway, everybody in the fucking comments is just saying like the worst things about her, like not to gatekeep, but no, we don't want her. People are saying it tells you about the type of people that vote Reform, and it's like what they're saying is like pedos vote Reform and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? 24 and 18 is past the age gap boundaries for me, certainly. 18-year-olds just don't have as much life experience. Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Like, that's what I'm saying, Val, you know what I mean? It's proper gross. But, like, everyone is just being like, yeah, she's a pedo. She's a pedo, she's a pedo, she's a pedo, she's a pedo. You know, all this kind of shit. So, yeah, that's fun. It's always fun to look at that kind of shit, you know what I mean? It's always fun to look at that kind of shit on the internet. It's great stuff. Next up, we got a little article here from Byline Times that I want to take a quick look at. Nationalist vigilante street patrol groups with ties to Reform UK and the far right are falsely claiming to be working with the police whilst seeking to infiltrate local school networks in order to protect women and children. So let's take a look at this article. It's not going to show my email or some shit, is he? No? Okay, that's good. Yeah, let's have a little look and read this article. All right. Hey Luna, how you doing? Alright. Reportage. So. Nationalist vigilante street patrol groups with ties to Reform UK and the far right are falsely claiming to be working with the police while seeking to infiltrate local school networks in order to protect women and children, Byline Times can reveal. So, what does this sound like, chat? This sounds like ICE in the USA, doesn't it? Where random people can just mask the fuck up and go around and say that they are cops. And of course, ICE in the USA have been doing all kinds of gross shit. I'm absolutely certain that there's a massive crossover of this, like whether they're ICE agents or whether they're people pretending to be ICE agents. There are men essentially going around and abusing the existence of ICE in order to abuse women, in order to rape women, assault women, and even kids, yeah? And I guarantee that this is what's going on here, without a shadow of a doubt. You know, nationalist vigilante street patrol groups saying that they're the police, going around to schools. Yeah, man. You know, I know how that goes. I know how that goes. We know how this goes, right? Earlier this year, we revealed how one such group, the Essex Spartans, again, Spartans, pedophiles, yeah, so a great name there for this kind of a thing, had been seeking to recruit boots on the grounds for its volunteer service protecting vulnerable residents, particularly women, children, and the elderly. Yeah, I'm sure that protecting is the thing that they're going to be doing. The group is based in Epping, near the scene of this year's far-right protests over the hosting of asylum seekers at the Bell Hotel. They claim to be a local grassroots organization, but in reality, they have ties to senior far-right figures across the UK, with its founder having a history of extreme racist and Islamophobic views, including expressing a desire to start my own rebellion in order to kick all Muslim people out of the country. The group's social media profiles carry pictures of its uniformed members touring the streets in stab-proof vests, and in one case carrying handcuffs in order to protect local women and children in claimed partnership with the police. However, the local council and local police deny any involvement with the group. Since our earlier reporting on the group, a number of other connected groups have sprung up in both Essex and elsewhere in the country, claiming to be collaborating with the Essex Spartans. Now, this is what I was talking about last night when I was critiquing Aaron Bastani's shit coverage, Novara Media's shit coverage of the Nick Fuentes interview with Piers Morgan. That cannot be the limit of what is happening in the UK left media, the UK alternative left-wing media. It can't be the limit of just like getting stuff wrong and saying that Piers Morgan absolutely destroyed Nick Fuentes in a debate when he didn't do that. It just can't be. It can't be the limit of what we're doing. This cannot be the ceiling. It is so deeply frustrating and annoying when stuff like this is happening. Like, you can see it here. It's, you know, obviously they're not naming people, which is annoying. The Byline Times is not ideal. It's a pretty decent outlet, I would say. It's got a bit of cringe stuff in there sometimes, but I would argue that they're pretty good. And who is talking about this? Like, are more people talking about this? Are more people reporting on this? Because they should be. Because this is so dangerous. You know, you are talking about people, you know, the police are dangerous because they have handcuffs, they have weapons, and they are told by their bosses that they're allowed to have these things, and they're just trusted to have these things, but they're not trained, and they are dangerous. They're dangerous individuals. They're carrying weapons. They're carrying things to restrain people with, to do violence to people with, right? And now there's just people who are going around, and what are the cops doing about this? What are the cops doing about this? What are they doing? Like, are they doing anything about this? Is any other media talking about this? Is any other fucking streamer talking about this? Is any other UK fucking outlet talking about this, right? Do we have to rely on like other people? Like, you know, and I'm not saying like, oh god, you know, we have to get Lance from the Surfs to talk about it, because I'm glad that Lance from the Surfs was talking about Hugh Anthony. Like, that's good. It's good that people are talking about British fascism, but like, where is everybody? Where are all the British people talking about it? What's going on, man? You know? Anyway. Since our collaborating with Essex Spartans, offering what can be defined as concierge nationalism, these groups advertise walk you home escorts, street patrols, SOS apps, and premium mentorship through QR codes and subscription models. However, in recent months, their activity has escalated in an attempt to infiltrate local school networks, prompting serious safeguarding concerns. Take a look at this. Essex Spartans. Last night we were asked to assist the security team at another under-18s event in Epping. Our team handled a few incidents that needed police support, but overall the night went well and we made sure everyone got home safely. The Children in Need Day theme was Challenge Yourself, and these two boys truly rose to it. They took it upon themselves to dress as Essex Spartans, and we couldn't be more proud. They're challenging everyone to do better and walked their female friends to school. Okay, man. Documents seen by Byline Times show that Essex Spartans contacted at least one educational trust responsible for several schools in Epping Forest. They introduced themselves as a new community interest group, claiming to work with the police to make local streets safer. The services they offered included patrols around schools, drop-offs and collection times, meetings with school leaders, and information letters for parents. They described members as being DBS checked. Wrong. I know. Listen, as soon as I fucking heard that, man. Are you joking me? No, they aren't. No, they aren't. Uniformed, carrying ID badges. Don't believe it. Using a QR code system linking calls directly to police. Don't believe it. The trust declined the offer. Yeah, good. The group's founder, Jack Golding. Okay, here we go, chat. It's research time. Let's take a little look. What's he doing? Who is this guy? Yeah, exactly, Monkey Sputum. And welcome in. And hello, Gumba Master as well. How are you? Bubble says, almost like the rise of international fascism encourages criminal behavior worldwide, and our leaders should be constantly speaking against it. Yeah, they should. Yeah, they should. Yeah, for real. Absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. Jack Golding. Uh-huh. I didn't get an immediate response, but something that came up when I Googled Jack Golding. I didn't get an immediate identification, I should say. Something that came up when I Googled Jack Golding was Operation Raise the Colours, which is interesting. He's not mentioned in there. But, you know. It came up. So that's quite interesting. Quite fucking interesting. Let's take a look on Twitter. Let's see if we can find this guy on Twitter. Jack Golding. Search. Let's go. People. Jack Golding 123. It's a bit of a common name. That's the problem. Jack Golding, Jack Golding, Jack Golding top. Golding, Jack Golding. Interesting. I mean, here's the thing, yeah? Golding is the same surname as Paul Golding. Whoa, what is going on here? Whoa, I've uncovered all kinds of drama. From October the fucking 15th. Oh, dude, what is going on? This is crazy. The only thing that came up was Paul Golding. And if you remember Based and Bougie, she's that, like, horrific Fash who Hugh Anthony is like, oh, she's my op. But she's going back. And obviously he's just being anti-black racist to her, but she's a Fash anyway. God, it's like the British Nick Fuentes and fucking British Candace Owens kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's like so many similarities there. But anyway, here she is, like taking the piss out of Jada Franson. Cher Lloyd, aka Jada Franson, needs to stop worrying about why non-white people are defending Britain and needs to worry about she was trying to silence victims of sexual assaults. And when she's gonna get rid of that tired period stained hair dye, that's weird, dude. That's a weird thing to say. Jada Franson says, Paul Golding is currently under police investigation for attempted rape, sexual assault by touching, 3 counts, controlling and coercive behavior, and your hero Tommy Robinson was offered to give statements to the police covering for him, despite the fact that Tommy wasn't there when any of the alleged offenses took place. Oh, this is crazy, man. Oh, they're all fighting each other, aren't they? Like, they're all falling out. They all hate each other. All these men are disgusting sex pest freaks. They're like raping all the women in their movement. This is mad, man. This is absolutely absolutely mad. Britain First Chief Paul Golding ordered to pay damages to ex-lover Jada Franson after Belfast case. The case is partly as a result of claims made by Franson that Golding had turned on her and subjected her to physical abuse. Dude, that's fucking mad, man. This is absolutely mad. Okay, man. Alright. Getting back to it. I can't find who this Golding guy is, but it's a really similar name. It's a similar name to Paul Golding, right? Let's find out if Paul Golding has a son. Paul Golding, son. I mean, how old is he? He's 43. He could easily have a son, but would his son be old enough to be doing this kind of stuff? Would he be, like, in his 20s? Probably not. Does he have, like, a personal life thing? No. Does not have a personal life section. Interesting. Okay. Might be related. Might not be related. It's a common name, right? So, not sure. Anyway, let's get back to this. Claimed to be working in partnership with the Essex Police. However, the police have denied any connection to the group. Chief Superintendent Leighton Hammett of Essex Police told Byline Times, "While we're aware of this group, we are not affiliated with them. We do not endorse or promote their activity, and we do not work with them." This directly contradicts the group's claims. Councillor Joel Charles, Harlow Council's Cabinet Member for Public Protection, told local news site Your Harlow, quote, "It is not normal practice for an organisation not known to the council to start patrolling the town. Members of the council's community safety team already carry out a significant amount of community engagement work and joint patrols with police officers in known crime hotspot areas. Volunteers representing Essex Spartans have recently been approaching vulnerable people in the town. Anyone feeling unsafe, in a state of distress, or facing the prospect of being homeless can access advice and support from official sources." End quote. In extremist history, Essex Spartans claim their members are DBS checked. However, the only evidence offered is a Facebook montage of certificates that lack official seals and reference numbers. The group also admits that not all members hold Security Industry Authority SIA licenses, saying only licensed members may carry handcuffs. UK law requires frontline private security roles, including security guards and door supervisors, to hold a valid SIA license. Working in these licensable activities without one would be a criminal offence. They don't care about that. The police won't care about it either. They're not going to prosecute any of these fucking Fash because they love them, and it's probably a bunch of their mates. The lack of transparency is particularly concerning given the past rhetoric of their founder, Jack Golding. Byline Times has seen evidence from his social media history where Golding posted racist comments about Muslims and black people, made misogynistic comments, including writing, "Took my girlfriend out last night, yeah, one punch." Wow, so funny, bro. That's so funny. I didn't hear that joke 20 times when I was like 7 years old in the pub from like fucking 50-year-old men. I've never heard that one before, dude. Wow, so funny. It's so funny when women get punched and hurt. When challenged further about domestic violence, he wrote, "Better you do it somewhere where no one will see it." Right. Gotcha, man. Okay. In a post from 2011, he wrote about his plans to start his own rebellion in order to kick out Muslims from the country. This country is getting a fucking joke. Why did they let all the dirty Muslims in the fucking country, kick all the little pricks out? Now, before everything gets bombed, I think I'm going to start my own rebellion against all of them and kick them out myself, he wrote. Right. Got you, dude. Okay. Normal stuff to be saying, man. Oh, dude, I'm not going to read the full of this, but in another post from the same year, he states, quote, "Just bought a wardrobe from IKEA. The Pakistani assistant was bringing it to my car when somebody ran her over. Now that's what I call a fucking flat." Basically a slur, basically the P word. This history of racist and misogynistic rhetoric directly undermines the group's current claims to be protecting women and girls. Safeguarding alarm. Educators and unions warn that Spartan's presence risk undermining statutory safeguarding. Luke Burrows, assistant head teacher at Bridge Academy Educational Trust in Chelmsford, told Byline Times, "We're well aware of this group, and it is concerning that they're framing themselves as working with schools and police." Quote, "Statutory guidance states that safeguarding must only be carried out by trained, vetted professionals operating within recognised frameworks." End quote. Murray Sackwald, Essex branch secretary of the National Education Union, said, quote, "While Essex Spartans present themselves as concerned citizens, their vigilante activity, not supported by police, raises serious concerns and prevent concerns. Large groups in paramilitary-style uniforms and rhetoric about protecting young women and girls echo far-right narratives. This is a dangerous path that risks influencing young people and undermining community safety." I mean, it risks allowing card-carrying Nazis to just harm people. Like, let's say what it is, right? Once the Spartans began approaching schools, its leadership was reframed as being female-led, with Stephanie Golding now described as the founder. So that sounds like it's either the sister or the wife of... who's the other guy? Josh Golding? His name was Josh Golding, right? What's wrong with my brain? Jack Golding. Whatever. Whatever, man. This suggests a tactical move presenting female leadership precisely when seeking legitimacy and safeguarding spaces. Far-right groups have long sought to weaponize women's safety narratives. When asked about qualifications and insurance, the group refused to comment. A woman's safety leader working with Essex Council, speaking anonymously, been on that RimWorld pipeline, innit? What? Me forgetting stuff? If these kids were Antifa, they'd be fried for terrorism, yeah. Yeah, turf art. Yeah, it's like turf shit. Yeah. Pirate group, yeah. A woman's safety leader working with Essex Council, speaking anonymously, raised concerns. Quote, my concern is that this group had a male founder and appears to transition to female leadership with women on patrol. When I inquired about their qualifications, particularly regarding insurance, yo, Prince. Thank you for the 38.
38 months. The months start coming and they don't stop coming.
They don't stop coming. They just don't. Prince, welcome in. How are you doing? Thanks for the 38. Good to see you. When inquired about their qualifications, particularly regarding insurance, they became defensive and were unable to respond. If these women are uninsured, they are at risk. This tactic is not new. Professor Nigel Copsey, specialist in fascism and anti-fascism at Teesside University, explained far-right activism is not just about marches and hate-filled rallies. Historically, the far-right has often tried softening its image through local engagement. The initiatives may vary, but the underlying strategy is clear. Normalize as a neighborly concern. Yeah, you can see this reflected in various different things. Chat, for example, Israel. The way that Israel gains legitimacy in its genocidal fascist existence is by giving a bunch of states that it wants to support monetary support, helping them do things like helping them develop weaponry, etc., etc., etc. That's how that works. A nationalist network. The Spartans' approach to schools is not an isolated initiative, but part of a wider far-right ecosystem. Sarah White, a former Reform UK candidate now aligned with the far-right Advance Party, has been photographed working on philanthropy projects alongside uniformed Spartans. Her trajectory illustrates the overlap. She has marched with anti-migrant protesters and recently posted a video of herself collecting Tommy Robinson from the airport, having dined with him in Poland. The Spartans' own X account also appealed to Robinson as well as the site's far-right owner, Elon Musk. We helped a pregnant mother in Harlow with 6 children. The youngest, just 6 months old, left homeless after being turned away by the council. We provided food and emergency shelter for the 9. No mother or child should ever be left on the streets. Now, you see, this is the importance of organizing with tenants' unions. Yeah? This is the importance of organizing with your local tenant union, chat. Because the far right will do this shit, but they will exclusively only help white people, and they will only help the right kind of white people. They won't help queers. They will abuse women, and they will try and recruit people that they help, right? So there you go. Any reason why I shouldn't treat this like a new type of brown shirt? It's a new type of brown shirt. That's what it is. That's what it is. But this isn't new. Like, this is the thing. This is why it's important to know about fascist history. This is why it's so important to understand fascists throughout history have aped the effective left-wing organizing strategies of feed, clothe, and house people. They have copied this shit all throughout history, all throughout the last 100 and 200 years, and it's because those are popular, effective strategies. And this is, again, why all the time, you know, you will hear that same thing echoed again and again. Oh, the left are just like the right. You sound just like the fascists, you Antifa weirdos. And that's what it is. They will, you know, often do that. And so, yeah, you got to organize with your local tenants union, because if you don't, fascists are going to start to realize how easy it is to fight against landlords, and they're going to just start doing it. The Spartan's own X account also Peter Robertson, as well as the site far only Musk. Yep. Callum Barker, a former activist in the neo-Nazi Homeland Party, also appeared with Spartans member and publicly engaged with Reform UK figures. Reform UK's Orla Minahane has shared platforms with Barker at anti-refugee protests, openly declaring she would accept the far-right label. Crucially, one of the most prominent defenders of this network is Reform UK councillor Jamie McIver, who currently serves as the party's national director of local government. He was previously expelled from the Conservative Party over denied claims that he sent an unsolicited explicit image. So probably a dick pic, right? Caspi, welcome in. How you doing? Lad who delivered my pizza had an Arm the Dolls hoodie. Now I'm tucking into a lovely stuffed crust pizza. Based. Hell yeah. That's dope. That's fucking dope. Clothing as symbolic iconography is well documented. MAGA is a good example. Yes. Street patrol groups like the Spartans have also... Wait, hang on a minute. As Byline Times previously reported, McIver declared a company he owned insolvent 2 months before this year's local elections, leaving hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of unpaid debts, including a £31,000 COVID bounce-back loan and a further $5,154 owed to HMRC in corporation tax. Meanwhile, I'm freaking out about sending Universal Credit my bank statements, right? And these motherfuckers they just do whatever they want. They just do whatever they fucking want. They're just like, yeah, who cares? Just do whatever. No, there's no fucking justice, man. Fuck this shit. Street patrol groups like the Spartans have also received the backing of national reform figures, including the party's MP for Runcorn and Helsby, Sarah Potion, we've heard of her before, who in August praised what she called concerned British men organising private street patrols without mentioning specific groups. Potion hit the headlines earlier this year after complaining about seeing adverts full of black people. That's where we've heard of her from. Reform leader Nigel Farage opted to take no action against her for the comments. From the streets to the council chamber, the route from far-right street activity to political influence is already visible. On November the 25th, 2025, the division between protest and political decision-making became stark outside Epping's council chamber. Protests regarding the future of the Bell Hotel, which accommodates asylum seekers, this is about the Bell protest, the Bell Hotel protests in Epping, included Spartans founder Jack Golding among the demonstrators. Inside, councillors were advised to use side and rear entrances due to concerns about intimidation and harassment from the crowd. It'd be really, really helpful if they had like a link. Did they have like a link to this guy when they mentioned his name first? From UK, police revealed, asylum seekers, media, reporting on the group. Jack Golding. No, they've not put any info there. It'd be really good to get an idea of what this guy looks like. It'd be really, really good to get an idea of what this motherfucker looks like. I mean, we can see his Facebook there, right? But that might be like his private Facebook. I don't know. Fuck it. Let me just see. I don't know. Fuck it. I'm gonna log into Facebook for the first time in ages. Let's have a little look. Is this even gonna work? Oh yeah, it does. Of course it does. Of course it fucking does. Alright. Jack Golding. Jack. No, I think he is very much on a private profile, so no way that I'm gonna figure out exactly what he looks like. Okay, alright, fair enough. There you go. It'd be really good to know what this guy looks like. Anyway, where was I up to? Accountability gaps. Police community support officers. Is that where I was up to? Episodes of the Spartans founder Jack Golding among the demonstrators inside councillors were advised to use side and rear entrances due to concerns about intimidation and harassment from the crowd. However, Reform UK councillor Jamie McIver entered through the front door and later defended the protests. The accountability gaps, where concerned residents have raised their fears with Essex police about the patrols, they were told to report any criminal activity and given contact details for police community support officers. However, there was no apparent proactive action or investigation, just a phone number. The burden has therefore fallen on residents who may feel intimidated by a group patrolling in paramilitary uniforms, falsely claiming police backing and approaching schools. Residents are expected to report crimes to officers while the group projects an authority it does not hold. A meeting with local MP Dr. Neil Hudson offered little help. Residents raised concerns about photographs on the Spartans' website showing children dressed in versions of their uniforms, including stab vests, allegedly for comic relief fundraising. We saw that earlier. Residents say he failed to address their concerns. Frustrated, they requested a meeting with Gold Commander Simon Anslow. Okay. Yeah, no worries, Network. Look after yourself. I hope you get well soon. One resident speaking anonymously to Byline Times said, "We are watching people in stab vests walking our street claiming they work with police. Our counsellors are using back doors. Schools are being approached, and we're told to ring 101 if we see a crime. This feels like we've been left to fend for ourselves." Now, the only thing that can happen as a result of this is that an opposing group of residents will organise. And what does that look like, chat? It looks like an anti-fascist group. That is the only outcome here. The only outcomes are these people attack people, they attack women, they abuse women, they attack migrants, even people who aren't migrants, just racialized British people, left-wing people, and then the residents go, you know what, we've fucking had enough of this, and they are automatically anti-fascists without even realizing it. Yeah? So that'll be good when that happens. However, until then, very cool. This stuff is just happening. Great. Love to see it. Half a laptop. Welcome in. How are you doing? One resident. Oh yeah, I read that. Police statement does not address whether they're monitoring the group, investigating potential offences under the Private Security Industry Act 2001, or taking action to prevent further approaches to school. However, the Spartans' paramilitary-style uniforms, false claims of police backing, and far-right ideological framing projects an authority they do not hold. Test now lies with school trusts and safeguarding frameworks as to whether they can succeed in resisting infiltration and upholding safeguarding against the far right in a town where some residents now report feeling abandoned by those institutions meant to protect them. Look, you know, I'm no accelerationist, and I'm not happy about what is being reported here. Like, it's terrifying, and I really feel for the people of Epping. I felt for the people of Epping ever since there was this scapegoat in their town of the Bell Hotel, where supposedly someone there, a migrant that was staying there while he was waiting for his asylum claim to be processed, had attacked someone, assaulted someone, committed some kind of crime, and there were far-right fascists just getting around the streets, stopping people from sleeping, pissing in their front gardens, getting coked up, getting fucking pissed, you know, yelling, even attacking some people who lived there. We saw some of that on video. We saw a guy go over and be like, yeah, I actually live here, and I don't see what the problem is. Like, you all say that you're speaking for us, and you're not. I don't think it's cool. I think you should all go home. And they all called him a pedo, and they chased him, didn't they? That's really good and fun and not scary at all. You know, I've felt for him for a long time, and I don't think that any of this is any better. And I think that what we're seeing is a bunch of fucking freak fascists who are LARPing. This is what they've wanted to do for a long time, and they're like, right, I'm gonna like go and oh, that was in Norwich, the kid being chased. Right, well, I thought it was in Epping. But anyway, you know, we've seen that shit happen, and I'm sure it's happened in Epping as well. But also, you know, this is the whole thing, right? It's the people of Epping are witnessing now these freaks who are LARPing, and they're getting around, and they're like pretending to do this like incredibly important work that they say that they're doing, and they're just not doing that. They're not doing anything important. And yeah. The only thing that can come of this is that people go, oh, wow, okay, we are not protected by the institutions that say that they're protecting us. So we have to protect ourselves, and we have to make our own organization that's looking after each other. And you know what? That's a great outcome if that happens, because A, that means that people realize, oh, the police don't keep us safe, we keep us safe. And secondly, the people who are saying that they want to keep us safe, we know that they're not keeping us safe, you know, underneath the police, these fascists. We're going to keep us safe. So that would be an ideal outcome, and I hope that something like that happens. Genuinely, I do, because I think it would be good for society if people realize that the only people that keep ourselves are each other, and we need to have like a strong, robust community support network in order to not just like prevent crime. Like, we prevent crime by helping people with their material conditions, helping people with their mental health, you know, all that kind of stuff, all the stuff that capitalism simply does not do. Yeah, we don't help people by imprisoning them or attacking them or anything like that. So we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully things like this just kind of die out on their own, but there's every chance that if that happens, it will just build up and happen again in the future. I don't know. Anyway, got a funny clip or two here for you. Do I got multiple funny clips? I got some stuff from the USA. I got some stuff from the USA that is pretty funny. It's pretty funny, but also pretty sad, etc., etc., etc. There's a bit of a hearing or something going on in the USA where they're talking about the ICE deportations and what's going on and why they're happening and who they're deporting, etc., etc. This video is apparently a funny extract of these proceedings.
How many United States military veterans have you deported?
Sir, we have not deported U.S. citizens or military veterans.
I don't believe you served in the military.
Okay, just replay that because it was a bit quiet.
How many United States military veterans have you deported?
Sir, we have not deported U.S. citizens or military veterans.
I don't believe you served in the military. I haven't either, but I think you and I can agree that as Americans, we owe everything to those who have served our country in uniform, particularly those who have served in combat. Do you agree with that?
Sir, I believe that people that are in this United States that are citizens have legal status here.
Madam Secretary, we are joined on Zoom by a gentleman named Se-Jun Park. He is a United States Army combat veteran who was shot twice while serving our country in Panama in 1989. Like many veterans, he struggled with PTSD and substance abuse after his service. He was arrested in the 1990s for some minor drug offenses, nothing serious. He never hurt anyone besides himself, and he's been clean and sober for 14 years. He is a combat veteran, a Purple Heart recipient. He has sacrificed more for this country than most people ever have. Earlier this year, you deported him to Korea, a country he hasn't lived in since he was 7 years old. Will you join me in thanking Mr. Park for his service to our country?
Sir, I'm grateful for every single person that has served our country and follows our laws.
Can you please tell Mr. Park why you deported him?
Every one of them needs to be enforced.
But you understand that many veterans struggle with PTSD, many veterans struggle with substance abuse challenges. This man took 2 bullets for our country. You have broad authority, by the way, as Secretary, to issue humanitarian parole, to do deferred action. Will you commit to at least looking at Mr. Park's case to see if you can help him find a pathway back to this country that he sacrificed so much for?
I will absolutely look at his case, but I want you...
Yeah, I mean, we're in this situation again where what liberals think that they're doing is they think that they are owning people in the marketplace of ideas. They're owning fascists in the marketplace of ideas, being like, oh, well, you say that you love combat veterans, but you deported this combat veterans. They don't care, man. Kristi Noem doesn't give a fuck about the fact that a Korean combat veteran was deported. We've been doing this runaround for such a long time now. Exactly, yeah, it's exactly like Piers and Fuentes. We've been doing this runaround for such a long time now that it's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. Like, do liberals really think that this is how you beat fascism? Oh, we just hold up the contradictions to their face. And they just go, don't care, bro. I don't care, man. Did you see the Metro article on Piers and Fuentes? I did not see the Metro article on Piers and Fuentes, but I guess I'm about to see it. They're trying to do a Hegelian idealist battle while the Fash crush people in the actual real material world. Right, exactly, which is why being Hegelian is fucking stupid. You need a materialist fucking analysis of things. You know, it's a waste of time. oh, well, you're wrong and silly. And they're like, right, like, as they're like stabbing kids with a bayonet, they're like, all right, don't give a fuck, bro. Anyway, see you later. The liberals are just there, just being like, haha, look, I've got this video that shows you stabbing a veteran and pissing on him. And they're pissing on a veteran and stabbing him while they're showing that video. I've got you in the exposed. And they're like, yeah, man, all right, whatever you say, bro. Soldiers are just another resource to exploit. Exactly, yeah. White nationalist? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. No, they didn't frame it like this, bro. What the fuck? White nationalist admits he's a virgin during Piers Morgan interview. Oh, this is such slop. This is the most slop I've ever seen in my life. Garbage. Piers Morgan accurately ends far-right, racist, and misogynist for being a virgin. Accurately ends? What is happening? What is happening to journalism? Accurately ends far-right, racist, and misogynist for being a virgin. What do you mean, ends? What do you mean, dude? Is there like a report? Did they do a report on this?
We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have, in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land.
Is this just a clip of what happened? Is this just a clip of what he said?
Women may be why none of them want to go near you.
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite. They're called the Groypettes, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted,
the Groypettes, man. The Groypettes.
Not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually? Just to clear up one of the many theories about you. I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
No, I'm not saying that like it was a bad way of saying it. I'm just saying that like he wasn't destroyed or demolished or like had his career ended. It's just so embarrassing. Like, what is happening? Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even make sense in the sentence. Ends fucking, oh man, it's just stupid.
They should stay at home.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy. Yeah. I mean, I know I'm the boomer here.
What is going on? How are you doing? Have you got a new blue tick? Have you got a new purple tick? Blue tick. Is this a new purple tick? Oh my goodness. Congratulations, if so. Maybe I've just missed it this whole time. Everybody please go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce. She's great. She's absolutely dope. How are you doing, my friend? Is this what we're focused on? Gotchas. Yeah. Seems like it is. Congratulations on getting partner. It appears that that's what Luna is confirming there for you, but well done. Great work, comrade. Like this is what we need, right? This is what we need. I got botted, so yes it is, but it isn't real. Don't admit that in my chat. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. You told them and they didn't care? Oh, okay, alright. Yeah. That's fair enough. No, I've done that before. I reported myself as well, yeah. I've done that when I got botted. I was like, how do I do this? I guess I'll just report myself. And they don't do anything. They just don't give a shit, right? They don't give a flying fuck. It's crazy. Anyway, you deserve partner, so good for you. Well done. W Twitch. No, WLHS. For real. I'm not watching any more of this, dude. Like, I can't be bothered checking this shit out. What the fuck is going on, man? What the fucking flying fuck? What the flying fuck is happening? Honestly, holy shit. Ugh. Anyway, welcome in. You should all go and follow Lesbian Hot Sauce because they're great. So don't, you know, don't let the fake purple tick put you off. Yeah, good to see you. It's the end of the week and it's the end of the year, so even more slop is being dumped. Yeah, I know. Fake partner sauce. Society calcified in 1985. I mean, that's kind of true, right? Because that was when neoliberalism really started. That's what happened. All that's going to happen after that clip is all the Libby young men are going to think Fuentes is more like them than Piers. It's not doing anyone any favors. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about in my fucking video. Absolutely. Oh, okay. Look, LHS, me and you, we gotta, you know, there's very few UK streamers on Twitch who are talking about the realities of fascism and organizing on the ground in the UK. We gotta keep this going, man. I swear to God. I swear to God. There's so much shit going on. We need to keep this fight up. Anyway. What am I going to look at now? Got a little bit more USA stuff. We've got the Washington Post here. Democracy dies in darkness is the... Everybody knows. I'm sure everybody knows, yeah? Is the tagline of the Washington Post. Pam Bondi's welcome woke rollback. Yeah, man, that's cool. That sounds democratic. That sounds like democracy in the light. Welcome woke rollback. The Justice Department rescinds regulation encouraging racial preferences. So, first of all, that is not what happened. That's not what Pam Bondi is doing. What Pam Bondi is doing is rolling back the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That's what's happening. So that's good, isn't it? That's great. Isn't that wonderful? That's so good, isn't it? It's like I was saying last night. Liberals love to be like, no, not everyone's racist. And fascists like Nick Fuentes love to tell a little bit of the truth. I say this all the time. They run in with a tiny bit of the truth, and then they extend the lie with that truth. So Nick Fuentes saying, like, everyone's a little bit racist. Correct. White people. But then he goes on to be like, yeah, black people are racist, and also this is just why you should be racist. Everyone should just be racist. It's normal and human to be racist. Wrong. Wrong. Right? And I was saying the proof in that is that it was so easy for the US government to completely get rid of DEI programs in the government, in the federal government, in their jobs program and like initiatives and all that kind of business. It just fell apart straight away. Yeah, it was like, right, see you later. It completely fell to fascism without any kind of pushback whatsoever, right? And there were people trying to organize, but too little too late. And, and now we are here. And now, on top of that, we got the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Yeah, and it's not even just in their government. It's governments all over the imperial core. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. All the final paperwork for my name change is here. So just got to get it signed off and sent off. Then I'm officially Luna. Dope. Let's fucking go. Good for you. I mean, you've been officially Luna since you told me that was your name. To me, that's how it works with me. I think that's how it should work with everybody. But I'm glad that you're getting the paperwork. Good. It helps you out. I know it means a lot. Especially when you're applying for documents and shit like that. But just so you know, you were always officially Luna to me. Okay. Right. So we got some other fun stuff. December the 9th, 2025. So this is from 2 days ago. Ken Clip. Little order here from Pete Hexeth. Look at this embarrassing signature. It's so basic. Memorandum for all Department of War personnel. Subject: harness artificial intelligence now with Gen AI. I am pleased to introduce GenAI.mil, a secure generative artificial intelligence AI. Just in case you didn't know, just in brackets AI, just in case you didn't know what that was. Platform for every member of the Department of War. It is live today and available on the desktops of all military personnel, civilians, and contractors. With this launch, we are taking a giant step towards mass AI adoption across the department. This tool marks the beginning of a new era where every member of our workforce can be more efficient and impactful. The first Gen AI platform capability is Google Gemini. Google Gemini! A frontier AI application that can help you write documents, ask questions, conduct deep research. Wrong. Fucking... Format content. Unlock new possibilities across your daily workflows. Gemini is the first of several enterprise AI applications that will be rolled out on the Gen AI platform. It is secure, certified up to Impact Level 5, and is fully authorized to handle CUI. I don't know what that means. Victory belongs to those who embrace real innovation. Rather than being reliant on the dusty, antiquated systems of a bygone era, we are thinking ahead here in the Department of War. GenAI.mil is part of this monumental transformation. It removes wasted time and focuses more of our energy into decisive results for the warfighter. Access is straightforward. Navigate to GenAI. I'm going to stop doing that. It's all wrong. It's just all wrong. Access is straightforward. Navigate to GenAI.mil and you'll be able to access the tool with your CAC. The platform is certified secure for operational use on NIPR. I expect every member of the department to log in, learn it, and incorporate it into your workflows immediately. AI should be in your battle rhythm every day. It should be your teammate. By mastering this tool, we will outpace our adversaries. The power is now in your hands. How long until a Pentagon data leak? Oh, inshallah, within our lifetime, within the next year. This is the kind of dystopia we would laugh at if it was in a story. Well, that's why we've got to laugh at it, right? Because it's just so laughable. It's like, honestly, man, like... all this is AI companies and the government who have invested in AI companies because they're weird, psycho-fascist capitalists. They're in late-stage capitalism. You know, they're desperate to make this AI work. They've invested in AI. They're like, we got to make this profitable, man. It's not even about making it work. It's just about making it profitable. When we were in Eden's stream last night, she was saying, oh, it's crazy, like, JD Vance had this like AI generated image of him where he's like in like a string vest arguing with his wife at a restaurant, and the first thing that he should have said is like, this is obviously an AI image. But he won't, and he doesn't, and they don't say that because they have to be like, nah, AI is good. AI is good, and it doesn't matter that it was an AI image and it was generated of me. Who cares? Because AI needs to succeed. 80% of the US economy is tied up in AI. And Eden was like, yeah, they just like never criticize AI, do they? They never say anything about it. They just don't, and that's why. That is fucking why. You know, why does Trump just uncritically share anything that's AI? Because he like looks at it and he goes, yeah, that's AI. And he just retweets it. He doesn't give a fuck. He's like, here's me talking about these like super medical beds in AI. I don't care what it's saying. Boom, let's go. There you go. You know what? This is great. Now the hackers around the world don't need to learn network protocols and shit. They just need to prompt the military AI with poetry to make it leak top secret info. Here's the thing. If one hacker gets hold of one of these CACs, right, which is like it's like a government issued ID for military personnel, it's Jova. It is Jova. I went to a doc recently and he practically begged me to agree to letting AI transcribe and summarize the appointment. Yeah, because they need it to be useful. They need it to be useful. They need it to be fucking like, you know, they're like, no, this has to be profitable. It has to make a profit. It has to make a profit. It has to make a profit. It has to work. It has to work. It has to work. And it just doesn't work. None of it works. It's so bad. It's terrible. There was an article today saying that the trend has started reversing for people using AI at work. Fantastic. Hey, Emmy, how's it going? Good to see you. I saw a thing. What was it that I saw? What was it that I saw today? Where was it? I think it was on Twitter. I'm trying to figure out if it was on Twitter or if it was on Blue Sky. I think it might have been on Blue Sky. Great catch. There was a... Why is this the first thing? Why is this the first thing that came up? Why is this the first thing that came up for me? Bro, what is it? That guy looks like me. What is happening? Why is that the first thing that came up? Anyway, never mind. I don't even look at porn on Blue Sky. One thing I noticed is that our governments were happy to shovel endless investment capital to energy infrastructure for AI data centers, but not lessen the cost of living because fucking of course. Yeah, absolutely, and it's all gonna fall apart. It's all gonna fucking fall apart. It was tested during the genocide first. Yes, exactly. That's the main thing, right? That's the main thing about this. Google facilitated AI tools for Israeli military during the war on Gaza, it says report. The thing that they aren't reporting, right? The thing that they aren't reporting is that these AI tools that the Israeli military used were only used for murdering civilians, right? These have no active combat applications whatsoever. None of this shit works for active combat with an actual military, you know, that you're going toe-to-toe with. You know? What they did in Gaza was they murdered civilians en masse, right? And they did not make a dent in the resistance. That is simply what happened. And now everybody all over the world is like, haha, yes, great. And you know, inshallah, within our lifetime, because of the AI bubble, there would be so much disaster that falls back towards the so-called state of Israel when the AI bubble bursts, because it is supposedly leading the way in AI technology. So, you know, the incoming AI crash is going to have huge ramifications. I've spoken to Ray about this when I've been watching his streams. You know, he knows all about what is going on in so-called Israel at the moment. It's Palestine, but so-called Israel. And he was saying that not just AI, but there are so many other things that Israel is doing in an insane and terrible way, terribly managed way regarding war. The thing that Ray said would be a stupid decision from Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, actually happened the other day. He approved a wartime budget, and Ray was saying if he does a wartime budget where they're just like gonna give you know, soldiers all this like money like from nowhere, it's gonna absolutely destroy the economy. And they've just done it because they don't know what they're doing, because they're fascist Zionists. They're just like, yeah man, just do whatever as long as there's more fucking genocide, right? Absolutely mental. Also, hi Krill, good to see you. One thing, what else did I miss here? You were referencing this article. Let's take a look at this. They only used it to try and maximize deaths, I think. Yeah. The number of people using AI at work is suddenly falling. Yes, because things happen. The thing that I'm trying to share, the thing that I'm trying to find here is there was a... Is it this? I'm so annoyed that I didn't keep this. I'm so annoyed that I didn't keep this. There was a screenshot of a ChatGPT conversation, and someone who was using it to do work asked, "Did you just make those numbers up?" Right? And it responded by saying, "Great catch. I actually hadn't had time to analyze all of the data that you input." So, not only does it not work because it's not fit for purpose, but also, yes, all the other stuff, like what you're saying, LHS in the chat, there's a million pop-ups in it and shit, and it keeps desperately trying to get people to pay for it because it needs to be profitable. This is the thing. It needs to be profitable. That's what they're desperate for. Hey, Powerful Finger, what's up? Good to see you. You know, that's the whole bit about it. And so it's all just failing. It's all just falling apart. And it's like incredibly funny. It's a sycophant machine. That's all it is. Yeah, that's literally all it is. This stuff could barely write a PowerShell script, let alone be an asset for war. Yeah. So there you go. That's the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, cool, man. Cool. Generative AI being used as an application in the military. I mean, it's good for Venezuelans, right? It's good for Venezuelans. It's good for anyone that the US wants to go to war with, because they're just not going to manage to do anything. It's all just going to fall flat. You know, they seized this oil tanker last night. It's an escalation in the ongoing aggression against Venezuela. And there's going to be some kind of pushback. There's going to be some kind of pushback. There's going to be some kind of blowback as well. I'm absolutely certain. Okay, what are we moving on to now? Some confirmation of the stuff that we were talking about earlier in the week that I was getting mad about, and earlier last week as well. What do we got here? Breaking. This is Eleonora, who is a legend from Stats for Lefties on Twitter, saying, grimly funny that people roared at me when I was saying that I was delusional and insane for suggesting that the West was using the invasion of Ukraine as an excuse to plunge us into a destructive war with Russia. And now the head of NATO is admitting that, yes, that is exactly what they are doing. Let's take a little listen to Mark Rutte here, the guy who said daddy's home when Trump came and had a meeting with NATO. Yes, that's who this is.
But speaking to reporters in Berlin, I can just bring you some of his comments. He said a short while ago, in some previous comments earlier, that we must be prepared for the scale of war our grandparents or great-grandparents endured.
Nah, bro. Here's a counterpoint. No. Here's a counterpoint. Absolutely not. No. Because it's real easy for you to be sitting there saying that in your nice shiny chute, on your fucking comfortable chair, sat on a stage. It's really easy for you to say that, innit, dude? Where's your AK? Where's your AK? Strap yourself up, dog. Get on the front lines. Go on. Do it. Do it, dog. I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you, bro. I promise. You fire that first shot, I'll be right there behind you, dude. You know? Why is she ratioed, though? It's not that controversial. Lindsey Graham has been saying how Ukraine has been fighting this war for a long time. I mean, look, like, the reason that she's ratioed is because people don't like to hear that they've been propagandized. That's what it is. You know? They just don't like to hear it. Like, people don't absorb media in a critical fashion. They don't, like, look at this stuff and go, oh, I should look at this a bit more deeply. That's why I get I've been getting stressed over the last couple of weeks. You know, someone in the chat as well last week said, oh, that was a bit aggressive, like implying that I shouldn't have like raised my voice at this one chatter who was like going like, oh, Russia's just rolling out the World War II tanks. And it's like, you don't get what you're doing, man. You don't get what you're fucking saying. Like, your brain has just gone, right, okay, I'm just going to absorb this propaganda. Immediately, Russia bad. Russia evil, Russia bad. No, dog. That's the fucking thinking of a fucking colonizer. Of an imperialist, sorry. It's an imperialist fucking way of thinking, and you've just absorbed it uncritically because you don't want to look at this potential of a broader conflict and the history of it. You know, for the last 30 years, NATO has been prodding Ukraine. Like, the Cold War ended, and they were like, excellent, let's get all of those states to demilitarize, and then we can, like, enforce hyper-capitalism in those areas and regime change, and then we can prod Russia and we can get access to its gas reserves. Dude, come on. Like, it is so easy to look at this and just figure out what is fucking going on, man. And it's so annoying. The crazy thing is that Trump is the only guy who's doing something right here, right? The problem with the thing, like, what you were saying, lesbian hot sauce, the current anti-American vibe to be fully anti-NATO. The problem here, right, is that Trump is doing a good thing. Trump is like, yeah, nah, you got to have elections, and you got to, like, he wants Zelensky to just, like, do what Putin wants. And it's like, yeah, man, you should do that. You actually should. You should concede that land, and you should have elections, right? Because Putin is not a great guy, but he's absolutely right in that the elections were manufactured by the West in order to have an anti-Russian president. That's Zelensky. And, you know, ignore all the fucking, like, actual discourse that is happening around Russia and, you know, pro-socialist ideas in Ukraine. Like, we're going to take a little look at this other stuff as well. Like, here is an example of that, right? An important development in the ongoing struggle to free Ukrainian socialist Bogdan Syrotyuk, imprisoned since April 2024 by the Zelensky regime because of his anti-war positions, right? Let's take a look at this. It's World Socialist website. They're not great, but they've got some pretty interesting takes, right? Leading Ukrainian criminologist finds charges of state treason against Bogdan Syrotyuk baseless. On December the 4th, a Ukrainian court in Pervomaisk reviewed the linguistic expertise commissioned by the defense lawyers of imprisoned Trotskyist Bogdan Syrotyuk, now 26 years old. Syrotyuk was arrested in April 2024 and charged with, quote, state treason under martial law, a crime which carries between 15 years and life in prison. Far from operating on behalf of the Putin regime, as the prosecution charges, Syrotyuk was the founder and leader of Trotskyist youth group, the Young Guard of Bolshevik Leninists, which has opposed the war in Ukraine by fighting for the unity of the Russian and Ukrainian working class. That's literally all this guy was doing. He wasn't saying that there should be a referendum and have, you know, what some fucking people were saying in Ukraine. They were saying we should have a referendum to see if we want to be part of Russia or not, right? The defense lawyers commissioned Yuri Borisovich Erkin, one of Ukraine's leading criminologists, to conduct a linguistic examination of the statements and article that Bogdan wrote and published, and they've served as the principal foundation for his prosecution. Erkin found that they provide no basis whatsoever for his prosecution as a traitor and a supporter of the Putin regime. To understand the significance of this examination, it must be noted that in cases of alleged state treason under martial law, the prosecution heavily relies on what the Ukrainian state calls linguistic expertise or examination. In an article for World Socialist website, Ukrainian Marxist, sorry, where the fuck was I then? Ukrainian socialist Maxim Goldab, sorry, not Marxist, Ukrainian socialist Maxim Goldab, who was prosecuted under the same charges, explained how the enforcement of this law principally relies on this expertise. To prove its charges, the prosecution hires an expert who looks at written or other statements by the defendant to find evidence for state treason and work on behalf of the aggressor, that is Russia. Invariably, the experts commissioned by the prosecution find in the words of the defendant what the prosecution wants to find. Staying true to this script, the expert examination of the prosecution found Bogdan guilty of having uttered statements that constitute state treason. Yet, the linguistic expertise commissioned by his defense lawyers completely refutes the prosecution's case and that of its so-called linguistic expert. The author, Erkin, is one of the most prominent criminologists in Ukraine, author of over 150 scientific publications, and former deputy head of the psychological service of Ukrainian Interior Ministry. His over 20-year-long career, he's been involved in many high-profile cases and is regularly cited by newspapers and TV shows in Ukraine as an expert on linguistic forensics and other aspects of criminal law. In his 65-page report, Erkin examined more than a dozen publications by the World Socialist website, which the indictment cited, denouncing the World Socialist website as a Russian propaganda and information agency. Among them are several statements by the Young Guard of Bolshevik Leninists, such as their November 2022 statement against the war, articles by Bogdan Syrotyuk on Ukrainian fascism, reports on the mood among Ukrainian youth, articles by the World Socialist website on NATO's role in the war, as well as an October 2023 lecture by David North on the Gaza genocide. To make it clear for you, chat, if we were having this discussion in Ukraine, there would be counter-terrorism police at my door right now. The stream would be shut down. It would be game over. Right? It would be fucking game over. You specifically mean our membership in NATO at the minute? Yeah, no, absolutely. But like, Trump is wanting the opposite of what NATO is saying. So Mark Rutte is saying we should go to war with Russia. We should be prepared for a war like our grandparents and great grandparents endured. Talking about World War II or World War I, right? And that's what NATO wants. He's the Grand Supreme Commander, right? Even though Trump probably, you know, thinks that he wants to control NATO and shit like that, but he's going against the NATO grain and just being like, yeah. And the only reason that he's doing this, by the way, is because he just doesn't want to give Ukraine any money anymore. That's all it is. He's just like, oh, whatever. Ukraine are losers. What are they doing? Fuck it. We've been giving him money for years and years and years. Who cares? Right? Let Putin have the land. He won. Game over. That's it. And I'm the peace president. Yeah? And so even if we were like going on an anti-Trump, you know, an anti-Trump mission, you know, people would just be like, well, yeah, that's why we should go to war with Russia, because Trump wants Russia to get that land, you know? So it's difficult. It's difficult to have that as a line, right? The line just has to be more sophisticated, which is, we just shouldn't be going to war with Russia. It's as simple as that. We just shouldn't be going to war with Russia. It's not because he's a coward. It's not because Trump is a coward. It's because he doesn't want to give Ukraine any money anymore and he hates losers. It's as simple as that. Everyone has their fingers in places they have no business having their fingers in, but nobody wants to pull out first. Correct. Trump wants us to fight China. EU wants us to fight Russia. Maybe we should leave both, chat, and have an actual defense force. Yes, correct. Exactly. Yes, that's the line. How about no war? How about no crazy war? No guerra loca. Hey, Nini, how's it going? Welcome in. Maracas as well, welcome in. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Sorry I missed some chat messages then. I hope you're doing okay, chat, amongst all this stressful shit. But, you know, this is the whole thing. Like, you know, Ukraine are, like, putting people like this in prison, and the way that we have to look at Ukraine is as an extension of NATO, yeah? Do you know what I mean? From a cynical point of view, they got a lot of Russians killed without using any American soldiers. I don't even think that's a cynical point of view. That's exactly what it was about. That's exactly what it was about. Yes, and now Trump is going to dump them. Yes, that's exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. It was always being used as a proxy war against Russia because they have resources, and it means that you could go against China. China has always been the enemy. Ever since Mao. Ever since the fucking revolution, you know? Yes, exactly. If we wanted to end the war, we could have done. We absolutely could have done. Yes, and Bush dumped the Georgians as well. Correct, yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. So, you know, this is what's going on. This is what's happening. Now, that's kind of like a little basic run-through of the news. I've already been live for an hour and a half. That's crazy. It's crazy how fast time goes when I'm streaming, but there you go. All I've been doing is reading articles, looking at a video or two. But that's how that goes. Chat, if you want to support me, please consider doing it. Please consider throwing me some dough. Times are tough out here. So I understand. But this is my full-time job at the minute. Please consider donating. Please consider giving me money. You know? There's the link in the chat. There are dono goals. There are incentives. There are all kinds of things that we can unlock. There they are in the chat. Well, no, they aren't because I spelled the fucking thing wrong. There you go. Crucially, if I get £5 donated, and that's using the Streamlabs tip link in the chat, not subs. If I get £5 donated today, crucially, I'll be turning on the cat cam. What the fuck is that? There he is. How do I keep it like that? That's kind of it. That's kind of it. Oh, yeah, there you go. That's it. There he is. That's how you know it will be good. Yeah? Think about it, chat. 5 people donating £5. You get that on for the rest of the stream. Yeah? There he goes. See you in a bit. That's how you do it. What we do on the stream is we exploit animals. Yeah? It's just a little incentive. It's just a little incentive. We haven't had it as an incentive for a while, to be fair. So I don't force him to be there. But it is just fun to have that as a little thing. Anyway, there you go. What are we going to look at now? We're going to get into Some of the stuff that we didn't have time to get into yesterday when we were taking a look at the crash outs, the right-wing crash outs. Krill with the £5.
Thou boy.
Krill with the £5. We just need another 4 people to donate £5. It could happen to you, chap. Yeah, it could happen. It could be you. Remember that from the 90s, the National Lottery? It could be you. Except, there's more likelihood that it is you that turns on the cat cam for the rest of the stream, because all you have to be is the 4th person to donate £5, the 5th person, or the 1st person to donate £20. That's all it would take. So think about it, you know, just have a little thing in your brain. Whoa, Johnny!
Okay, but what if it's also a dress-up stream and you make yourself look like the bust from Art Attack?
Johnny, thank you so much for the 40 quid, dude. Legend. Absolute legend. Thank you so much. Yeah, what if it's a dress-up stream and I'm the head from Art Attack? Probably not today, dude, because, you know, I'm gonna have to get like grey face paint. And just have, I would have to shave my shoulders and maybe like, I don't know, I'd have to like tie up the beard like real tight like this. You know what I mean? Like real tight. Real tight. And I don't really have like the Chad chin, you know what I mean? I don't really have that. And I would have to be like, I'd have to get like a little mop. Just a little like Roman mop on the top. But like that. That's what he did, innit? Like that. Yeah, I believe it. That's what you bloody do. He never swore. I don't know. Anyway. Chad is all in the mind. No, that's very true. Hi, Sorka. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the 40 quid. Yes, that does indeed mean that we've got the cat cam on for the rest of the day. There he is. Look at that. While we're watching Benchappearo, absolutely dying in terms of his channel. His channel is dying. His influence is dying. It's a great day for everybody all around. It's just a fantastic day. Can't quite see him there. What's going on there? Get a little... Just because he's not really looking, isn't it? There we go. That's better. That's better. Right, now do not move. Okay, can you put the boy over Ben's face? Not really, but... Rather look at Melpo than Shabibo. Well, you've got the option to do that now, haven't you? Oh, he's getting off. He's getting off! As soon as I turned it on, he knew what I was doing. He was like, nah, bro. Not this. Alright, well, we'll leave it there. I'm sure he'll be back at some point. Anyway, listen. We're going to check out Jose's video on Benchappearo. Benchappearo's influence is waning. He's not having a great time in terms of viewership because of his die-hard pro-Israel stance. It's embarrassing. The leopards have come to eat his face. All of the anti-Semites that he's been courting over the last fucking, literal 10 years since 2016. They've all decided, Ben, we're not fucking around with you anymore, bro. We're not fucking with you. Yeah, Shapiro and Tim Pool being washed up is just great. It's just absolutely dope. What could possibly go wrong when the right-wing conservatives are the mainstream and boring and the Nazis are the hip and cool thing? Yeah, never heard about anything like this. He's back! Yes! Yes, what's he doing? How is he gonna sit? Piers was nicer to Fuentes than he's ever been to Ben. Yes, probably. Likely. Absolutely likely. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's get this done, chat. Let's get through this. We're gonna get through this together. Hopefully we'll have time to get to some economy-related news later. I'm sure you're all absolutely gagging for that, but I think I'm just gonna play this video.
Things haven't been going great for Benchappearo.
No pause,
Former
chat.
darling of right-wing media has been under a lot of fire from his right flank, and his once enviable position now seems very precarious. Only 8 years ago, things were dramatically different as Benchappearo was making his ascent. Back on November 13th, 2017, an article in the New York Times described conservative commentator Benchappearo as the cool kids philosopher. The article is a relatively gentle profile of Shapiro, describing him as a conservative firebrand who holds extreme views, who is finding a young audience online. There's a part of this article that has an odd echo in the present. It reads, Mr. Shapiro is trying to define conservatism at a time when its meaning is up for grabs, and the Republican Party and traditional conservative media outlets like Fox are built for older audiences.
This is the cycle, right? This is why Jose is saying it is at the... It's an echo of the past. 10 years ago, they were saying, things are changing in the Conservative Party, and all it meant was that they were getting more right-wing. Same is being said now. Same is happening now.
This is even truer now, but the next sentence in the article is even more interesting. Shapiro does not like President Trump, and he disagrees with his old boss at Breitbart News, Stephen K. Bannon, that Trumpism is the future of the Republican Party. Obviously, Benchappearo has changed his tune long since then, and that's part of how Shapiro has succeeded, a combination of being morally lucky within the context of conservative politics and willing to sit at the altar of Trump, cashing in on the rightward shift represented by Trump and knowing when to fall in line when he saw where that push towards the right was actually coming from. Not people like him, but the constituency more aligned with Donald Trump. This nimble movement helped him ascend the space to be one of the most popular voices in online conservative media in the early 2020s. But his metrics have been way down in 2025. In fact, I suspect further down than...
Oh my god, that is crazy. This is absolutely mad. 2023, bit of a dip there. April, going up, bit of a dip there. Going up again, bit of a dip there. Going up there. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The only reason that his views are up in October, what was he talking about in October? He was going crazy about something. I can't remember what it was. Well, these are the subscribers, right? And the daily views as well. Oh, I think it was Charlie, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh my god, it's so crazy how long ago that was. It's so crazy how long ago that was.
The publicly
feels like
available
yesterday.
Data suggests. The reasons are many, and ironically, much of it is Shapiro's own making. I want to look through some of that history and explore just how someone can go from being one of the big dogs in the conservative movement to one of its favorite whipping boys. For those somehow unfamiliar with Shapiro's backstory...
What if he becomes a woke liberal and Ethan Klein becomes far right?
Very fast version was that he was a young conservative who got a taste of the limelight in conservative commentary.
Did I say hi, Buddha Bebop?
He tried to break into the
That's
world
what statisticians call a meteoric shit-fuck-awful downwards trend, yeah.
Hour-long dramedies for, spec script.
And have they been bought?
No.
He helped launch the Daily Wire, a conservative media company that had massive success in its earlier years, although its fortunes have turned as of late. I made a whole video about that if you're curious to learn more. As the Daily Wire weakens as a company, largely as a result of bad business decisions costing them tens of millions of dollars and losing key talent, driving down viewership, being so closely tied to that company has damaged Shapiro's reputation as well. Even though he isn't the CEO who has been driving some of those bad decisions, this company is still very much associated with him as a talent. Where Shapiro stands on a lot of issues hasn't changed much over the years. Going back to that 2017 New York Times article again, his positions are described like this. His views are extremely conservative. Transgenderism is a mental illness, as per the Encyclopedia of Mental Disorders before 2013. Yes, blacks have been historically discriminated against. No, institutions are not broadly discriminated against them today. The rich...
You can see how the line has changed and, pushed further to the right, right? Because now people will say, now these fascists will say, no, black people have not been historically discriminated against. Right? They're just an inferior race. And they will not say transgenderism is a mental illness. They will say that transgender people are pedophiles, and so are the queers who support them. Yeah? All of it has been pushed into the right. Abortion should be illegal. They're saying that now, if you have an abortion, you should die. Right? It's just... The rich pay too much tax is the one that has, remained the same.
Pay too much tax. Abortion should be illegal. Social Security ought to be privatized and Obamacare repealed. This is something I just want to mention off the top, that while Shapiro is currently losing ground to people more extremely right-wing than he is, back in 2017, he was already considered pretty far-right too. That should tell you a lot about the state of modern conservatism right now, at least in the media space. One key issue is that Shapiro has been a steadfast supporter of Israel, making him vulnerable to criticism as he continues to run cover for the obvious genocide happening in Gaza, a sentiment that became more popular in mainstream media throughout 2025. In addition to that, there are several prominent right-wing creators, specifically Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, who very much hold a grudge against Ben Shapiro. As Shapiro's view numbers sharply dropped through 2025, he was motivated to respond to the growing alternative in conservative media, one that was growing increasingly hostile towards him. A video from October 30th titled "Woke Politics Infected the Far Right" is his attempt to explain just what's going on.
You do have one party, the Democratic Party, that has increasingly made it clear that there is a population they do not like, and that population that they apparently do not like is white Christian males. That is the population that must be targeted.
To evidence this claim that the Democrats are targeting white Christian males, he mentions the candidacy of Zohran Mamdani, who was recently elected mayor of New York City. Mamdani received...
It's great, innit? It's just like, we don't have consensus reality at all, man. The Democrats didn't even fucking endorse Mamdani. What are you talking about?
At best, tepid support for his candidacy from the Democratic Party, even after winning the party's nomination.
What is it, though, that has held you back? I mean, usually this is somebody that won a Democratic primary. You know, it usually wouldn't be that much of a question.
Matt Walsh is the type of guy to say everything Fuentes and Owens say. I'm surprised he didn't start his own platform. He does have his own videos, right? Does he not have a YouTube or a Rumble or some shit? I thought he did. Yeah. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. He does. He does. He's right here, man.
Today, the Matt Walsh Show, Hollywood has been on a mission over the past several years to convince our children that evil doesn't
He's right there.
exist. And
how's he doing? 20,000 views yesterday? Damn. 20,000 views. Yes, like 20,000 views pretty much every day. 36,000, 20,000, 36,000. What is this like Rumble? Who's the bigger Rumble guy? Nick Fuentes is probably the biggest Rumble guy, right? Yeah, he's not touching Nick Fuentes. I think Matt Walsh is just like a bit too cringe. I just don't think he has like... I think he still isn't quite as fascist as Fuentes. I could have sworn Matt didn't have an independent channel. He does. He probably does have Daily Wire stuff as well. Steven Crowder interviews Nick Fuentes. God, that's so funny. Crowder is so desperate to get back on it. But also, like, Nick and Candace are feuding so hard right now as well, right? They're feuding so fucking hard. Nick Fuentes on the Alex Jones show. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Cool. Very cool stuff.
You know, congressman from the city of New York, the Democratic leader would endorse him. What's giving you pause?
Well, we've had very good conversations over the last few months.
He even had supposed fellow Democratic politician Andrew Cuomo
primary all
in
these
the general
fucks.
election. Whatever problem Shapiro has with Mamdani, it's incredibly dishonest to present him as a representative of the Democratic Party as a whole.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is, Middle Earth Marxist. Matt Walsh is he has low tier effort. 1,000%. I agree.
Embraced by the party.
I just remember my sister tried to use a Candace Owens TikTok as a source. Yeah, that's not good. You gotta speak to your sister. I saw Candace Owens breaking into the mainstream. I want to say like 7 months ago. 7 months ago. She just appeals to, like, you know, younger conservative people, and older conservative people. Older conservative people will listen to it. And of course, people who are just like using the anti-Israel shit to just be like super anti-Jewish. Like, you know, just piggybacking on the actual hatred of Jewish people, which is something that Israel wants, you know, again, Like, that is what they want. It helps Israel to make populations outside of Israel anti-Jewish.
The ironies of Shapiro, though.
I saw her pop up on like a fucking, you know, it was one of my friends that I used to work with years ago when I was at the bank. She's just like a younger conservative Muslim girl, and she was just like retweeting Candace Owens talking about Israel. And I was like, you know that this freak like hates Muslims, right? You know that she hates fucking Muslims. She was like, no, I didn't know. How do you not know? Bro, how do you not know? What the fuck? That's crazy, man. It's all she talks about. She's the moderate liberals' ideal fascist. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Left as being taken over by the extremists, when he has folks even further right than him entrenching themselves on the right. Shapiro's other example of the left targeting of white Christian males is even sillier.
You're people of faith. You go to church on Sunday and pray in church on Sunday and pray on people the rest of the week. What is this? What is this?
Right, the kind of scorn that Nancy Pelosi has for religious people, religious conservatives who go to church on Sunday and disagree with her on politics. Well, that has led to a massive backlash.
I don't even know how to respond to this. I'm not even convinced that Pelosi is
absolutely powerful finger. Everyone was talking about how bad Trump was in business. I mean, the thing is that yes, he's bad in business, but he's good at, you know, thievery, isn't he? He's good at doing corruption. That's what it is. He's just good at stripping the copper wire out of things and making money from it and abusing the levers of power in order to do that.
On an accent here, but it does remind me of how Candace Owens will string together nonsense anecdotes
failing
like these,
upwards,
attach them to a narrative, and pretend like it's a settled story. Again, another irony considering Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro are very much at odds when their methods are quite similar.
I agree with you, Bubble, that he's a cowardly opportunist in terms of like seizing power and becoming the president. That's true. That's absolutely true. Shitty car salesman, 1000%. I agree. But in terms of knowing that he's rich and knowing he can do all kinds of things and get away with things, he still takes risks and still does things. Like trying to go to war with Venezuela is a huge risk. Like it's a massive risk. Like if he had any idea, I mean, he definitely has like sycophants around him who are telling him that the US military is the best military that he'll ever see and shit like that. And he probably knows he's going to die in the next like 5 years or some shit. So he wants to have like a war while he's in president that people can be like, oh, he was the Venezuela guy or something, right? I don't know. Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, he must know that there is a certain amount of risk. Like, there's a reason why they haven't already tried to do a ground invasion, right? Because they've looked at the amount of, you know, military infrastructure that Venezuela has and the amount of support that they have worldwide, and they've gone, this could be more difficult than we. That's why they're doing things like bombing random little fishing boats in the Caribbean, and they like seized this oil tanker, and there were no military personnel on it whatsoever. They were just like fucking distressed mariners, which is the actual term that they used when they were talking about that, right? You know? Yeah, they've started seizing assets in that regard, but again, that's not a powerful military move, is it? It's just like what they know they can do, but it's still a risk. It's like a massive risk.
Sillier later on when he talks about how speaking Spanish is completely fine, but apparently when Mamdani does it, it has an undertone.
If you want to appeal to an audience, speaking to them in their home language is a smart thing to do. But the entire undertone of everything Mamdani does is, I am one of you, right? I am an immigrant. I am not of Western culture.
How does speaking Spanish signal you aren't part of Western culture? The language comes from as far west as you can get in Europe, and it's spoken almost exclusively in the Western Hemisphere. What he means by Western culture here, I suspect, is whiteness. It's the only thing I can imagine him meaning because he's certainly not talking about geography. The problem with Shapiro's argument here isn't that it's laughably silly. At least that's not the problem I want to spend much time on. The problem is how similar it sounds to arguments made by
they're going to point to each other as the fall guys, aren't they? That's true Middle-earth Marxist,
I doubt there's much he'd disagree with when it comes to Shapiro criticizing the Democrats for attacking white Christian men. It all contributes to the same political project. While these guys are openly hostile towards one another, they are very much pushing in the same direction. Shapiro goes into greater detail about how he believes this rise in bigotry on the right arose, and he can only express it in terms where he accuses the left.
So if the left says that white Christian males are the problem, the way that you respond is instead a DEI for precisely the people who are said to be the problem.
Yeah, man. The Democrats are listening to the left.
White Christian male.
The Democrats are listening to the left wingers, dude. That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, man. It's such a good video by Jose because it just clearly demonstrates why he's fucking like losing. Like everybody knows that this isn't happening. Even right wingers. It's just like they're not interested in any of this crap.
It's cute that he's trying to rope DEI into all of this because there's actually a term already for what's being tried here, and it's called white supremacy. And trust me, no one from the right got this idea from the left. And I'm sure Shapiro knows that, but he needs to play these word games to massage this civil war within the right as somehow being the left's fault. When you spend your entire career relentlessly attacking the left and excusing the right, he can't even attack the extremists on his side without first pretending like this is somehow the left's fault. When the truth is, if anyone is to blame here, it's people like him who have been turning a blind eye to this growing problem the whole time. Not because he's unaware of it, but because he's ideologically more similar to it than he's willing to admit.
Why is a Jewish guy so obsessed with defending Christianity in the first place when evangelicals see Jewish people as side characters in their manga? Because it's not about being Jewish, right? It's about being a Zionist. That's what it is entirely. And Ben is unapologetically a Zionist. And it's more about this idea of Judeo-Christian values, which is something that Trump still says. He still says these things. He still absolutely says these things, even though his base is absolutely anti-Israel, and it's, all the support for him is falling apart because of the uncritical dick-sucking of Israel that is going on. But it has been a narrative that has gone on for years and years and years and years and years and years and years, and now that Israel has been exposed to being like a genocidal freak rogue state, even the right wing are just like, actually, no, this is like a great opportunity for us to like hate Jewish people more, so we're just going to do that, right? And essentially, everyone is just turning against Israel. Everyone is turning against Israel. Israel's failure is the failure of the United States, and that's how this is. You can look at this as a representation of that, right? Because the reason why people like Benchappearo are falling apart, the reason why the right is falling apart, the reason why America is losing power in the empire is because its main, what do you call it? Like a front line, its main front line on the world stage, which is the so-called state of Israel. It's literally just a military base, has been exposed for committing genocide, doing all kinds of like horrible acts of rape and assault, thousands and thousands and thousands of examples of all these things happening all over social media for the last 2 years. Everyone's fucking seen it. You can't deny it anymore. No one even believes it anymore when people say that you're anti-Semitic for criticizing Israel. It's just like, it's completely dead in the water. They're not going to be able to recover. And as a result of that, America is also falling apart. Ben has always been jealous of his more talented cousin, jealous that his more talented cousin got attention, has been professionally living off that agreement his entire existence. Yes. The acceptable circle of people in fascism is always going to shrink. No matter how much bootlicking people do, they will eventually fall out of the circle and become a target. Yes. And I guess, unfortunately, yeah, Middle-earth Marxist is talking about the actress from Matilda. What's her name? Maya something? Or I forget her name. I just know that she's pretty sound. She's a bit of a liberal, but she's pretty sound. I followed her on Mara, that's the word. Mara Wilson, that's the name. Yeah, I followed her for a bit when I found out that she was like based bisexual and hated her cousin. But yeah, unfortunately, Hollywood liberal, so I don't know if she still acts. I'm not sure about that. Where was I? Doesn't matter. Let's carry on with the video.
There's a great example of Shapiro's own extreme standards in this very video. He has the audacity to claim that Donald Trump is a normal president.
President Trump is as close to a normie president as we have had in the last several decades. Which is bizarre considering, again, his sort of personality, but that is the reality.
There are masked men in the streets kidnapping people, labeling them criminals without due process. And
yeah, it's just
deporting
normal,
them,
bro.
Including some being sent to prisons in other countries. He has imposed sweeping tariffs that are wreaking absolute havoc in the economy. He's handed over health and safety to people who are gutting medical research and spreading misinformation and anti-vax nonsense. I could go on for far longer listing all the very non-normal things he's done, even for someone who supports all this stuff. They should at least be able to acknowledge that this is very much not normal. Donald Trump is not a normal president. Part of Shapiro's problem is that he never allows blame to fall on the Republicans for anything, at least not in a way that is damning enough that someone would decide not to vote for them. One great historic example of Benchappiero's blind spot, willful or not, is Candace Owens. Although they had a falling out over her opposition to Israel, eventually leading her to being fired, it almost certainly had more to do with her anti-Zionism than her well-known anti-Semitism. Oh,
this is the thing, right? This is the thing. This is where it's all come on. Israel falls apart. Israel fucks everything up. You know, lets the cat out of the bag. Whoopsie, we're doing a genocide. The entire fucking infrastructure of like the narrative that America, like, this is the thing. This is why I really need people to understand that fascism is weak. It is so fucking weak. And you could talk all the time about like the left isn't doing any good at organizing. It's terrible. It's hard. You know, they're always fighting all the time. We don't agree on everything. Yada, yada, yada. Fascism is fucking weak. It's fucking weak because it has to spin a narrative. Like, it was different back in the 30s. Right? It was fucking different because in the 30s, all these kinds of ideas were just like normalized, right? Like, no one had done any kind of research, any kind of progressive research to be like, oh, actually, you know, there's no difference between races. And actually, like, having different religions is just like normal. And like, people have loads of different, people are vast and complex. And wow, you know, all this advantageous like science and research has been done about all the fucking ideas that like, you know, Nazis had back in the day, that like people were inferior and like, you know, people were degenerate and shit like that, right? Do you know what I mean? Yes, fascism was like relatively a new thing. That's the whole thing, right? Like, luckily we are at the point now where it falls apart under, you know, scrutiny, and not like the kind of scrutiny that Piers Morgan was doing with Nick Fuentes, because of course that wasn't scrutiny, it was garbage, right? But you know, this kind of thing happening where, like, you know, something as simple as a key ally of the USA committing a genocide and being exposed for it, all of a sudden, everything falls apart. It should be really easy. It should have been a really, really easy fucking go. Straight away, every single one of them should have just denounced it immediately, but they didn't. Because the line that they've stuck to for fucking decades has been like, Israel and America first, that's the way it's got to be. Judeo-Christian values, that's what that means. America number one, Israel number one, we got to support Israel. And then all of a sudden it just fell apart. It's so funny, dude. It's so fucking funny. You know? Something as simple as a crack pipe, right? Status quo liberalism is probably the strongest unbreakable system. Liberalism is not perfect, but communism has been tried and never worked. No, wrong. What are you talking about? Until capitalism is in so much crisis that this talking point don't work. It used to work for 6 decades. Right, well, you're wrong that communism has been tried and didn't work. That's wrong. Status quo liberalism is not the strongest unbreakable system. It is also weak. It is also weak. Powerful Finger is someone that's been in the chat for a while. It's fine.
When got her job at the
They're not just like a newbie or whatever, but they are wrong about this.
Wire, well after she had made her comments about Hitler's problem, was trying to extend his vision outside of Germany.
If Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German, everybody to look a different way. That's not, to me, that's not nationalism.
Anyone with a grade school understanding of history should be well aware that Hitler's vision was pretty bad for Germans too, particularly if they were Jewish. Owens also defended Kanye West while he was first melting down, and in this case, Shapiro joined in, defending him too.
What do you mean they didn't have to use tanks? Explain yourself. What are you talking about? Who is they?
And this was well after it had been established that Kanye West had started hanging out with Nick Fuentes. Here's Benchappearo on October 7th, 2022.
I care about the fact that there's more black babies being aborted than born in New York City at this point. That 50% of black death in America.
Oh God, they exploited this so much. Fucking hell.
I really don't care about people's response to that. I perform for an audience of one, and that's God.
Wow. I mean, frankly, it sounds fantastic. Frankly, Kanye sounds much more sane than virtually everybody else in public life.
Shapiro in the October video also made this remark.
The pathologizing of right-wing viewpoints goes back a long way. It goes actually back to a book by Theodore Adorno called The Authoritarian Mind. The suggestion was that there was a pathological drive in capitalist societies that led people to become authoritarian. It was a Marxist view of what America was. And so the idea was that if you were right-wing, you were going to become a fascist.
First, the book is actually called The Authoritarian Personality. I can't say I've read it myself, but it's very funny to me that Ben Shapiro tries to critique its supposed claim of conservatives being more prone to becoming fascists by using the example of Kanye West.
Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
It's very important to state how completely wrong Ben Shapiro was in this instance. In the same video, he's also responding to an interview Tucker Carlson did with Kanye West, which was later revealed to have edited out various racist conspiracy theories that West had mentioned, almost as if Carlson does these interviews to help bigots seem less extreme than they actually are.
I prefer...
I only quoted the talking point, I'm a communist myself. Whoa, talk to me, chat. I'm asking you a question. Status quo liberalism is not perfect, but communism has been tried but never worked. You quoted the talking point, yeah, but like the way that you quoted it was it sounded like you were saying status quo liberalism is probably the strongest unbreakable system, and liberalism is not perfect, but communism has been tried but never worked. Oh, I see. You were being sarcastic in that bit, right? Okay. Sometimes you need to be clear that you're being sarcastic. Sometimes you need to be clear that you're being sarcastic. Because people like me are gonna see what you said and be like, if it's not obvious that you're, if it's not obvious that you're being sarcastic, you gotta be like /S or like kappa face or something. I was gonna say, like, I know you, I've seen you in chats, like, you're a fucking commie. I'm like, what are you talking, what are you... It's like, why are you saying this?
My kids knew Hanukkah and Kwanzaa. At least it will come with some financial engineering.
All of this,
hey Ezron, and hello Realine, how you doing?
To perhaps reflect on the alliances he's made on the right. In the case of Candace Owens, he was willing to look the other way because he was willing to accept a little anti-Semitism if it meant he would have her talents at his disposal at the Daily Wire. In the case of Tucker Carlson, he was a major host on Fox News and a useful ally. So there's a clear advantage to not turning on someone like that, even though he's clearly running cover for someone who holds some very troubling opinions toward Jewish people. This brings us to a major episode in Ben Shapiro's decline.
Ben Shapiro is essentially Nick Fuentes if Nick Fuentes was a Zionist. I should say ideologically Zionist, because being Fash, materially that is anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab, and anti-Muslim. Yeah, I mean... Nick Fuentes has said that he supports Israel in what they're doing. And by that he means the genocide of Palestinians and further belligerent action and an expansion in Lebensraum in West Asia, aka the Middle East, right? And of course Nick Fuentes loves that because he's a fascist and he supports fascism, right? He's not a Zionist because he technically is a Zionist because he's a Zionist. He's the purest example of what Zionism actually is. It's just a fascist white supremacist system, right? That's all it is. So that's why he loves Israel in that regard. He doesn't like Israel. He probably would never go because he hates Jewish people. Yeah. So like, but again, like that is also Zionism because Zionism wants people in the imperial core to hate Jews. Like, if you're not Jewish, if you're Jewish, you should come to Israel and be a fascist. If you're not Jewish, you should stay out of Israel and prove to all the Jews everywhere outside of Israel that everyone outside of Israel is an anti-Semite Nazi. And scare them into moving to Israel so that they could come to Israel and be a fascist colonial settler, right? That's what it's about. You know what I mean? If Shapiro isn't a fascist, he's an accidental goose step away from it at best. He is a fascist. He absolutely is a fascist. He's a fascist even if he doesn't realize it in his Zionism, because as I've just explained, Zionism is fascism. But you know, this is the issue. Like, and there is a certain amount of understanding that we have to apply to the way in which Ben Shapiro is actually just a Jewish American guy who grew up, and it's exactly the same for every Jewish person all over the world. Because yes, Zionism exports, Israel exports Zionism everywhere. It sends rabbis, it teaches rabbis, to support Israel, and it sends them to schools and synagogues all around the fucking world, and that is just like a fucking thing that happens, and it completely poisons the mind. It terrifies young. If you watch Bad Hasbara, like Bad Hasbara is great because it's anti-Zionist Jews talking about what it's fucking like to be a Jewish person outside of Israel and just like grow up your entire life having this like insane lie given to you all the fucking time, right? And I watched the one with Nora Barris Friedman the other day, and like she talks about this, like she talks about the fact that it's like, what was it that she was exactly saying? It was her and Matt Lieb and Daniel Marte talking about this. I can't remember exactly what she was saying, what they were saying, but yes, you should watch Bad Hasbro because it's like, this is the kind of stuff that they talk about. They talk about how it's like, it is so normalized and it is so like, it's completely embedded everywhere, all over the fucking world. It's just like, yeah, you just got to support Israel. You just got to do this. That's what they were talking about. They were talking about the fact that like, Israel scares the shit out of fucking Jewish people all over the world so that they like, they're just like, they think that the Holocaust is something that happened to them personally, despite the fact that people who were in the Holocaust look at Israel and they go, Israel are doing Nazi shit. And that's why Holocaust survivors get treated like shit in Israel. And they're always told all the time, you're a weak Jew. You let them do this to us. You're a fucking weak Jew. You're not like the strong fucking Zionist Ubermensch who are like doing our own Holocaust in our own country, And that's what's going on with Ben Shapiro. Like Ben Shapiro is a Jewish guy who's had his brain broken by Zionism to the point where he's like, no, you just can't criticize Israel. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it. Right? And he's like desperate, like, and that's why he's like completely torn the fucking house down around him, So that's kind of where that is. I can't even remember how I got onto that, but like, oh yeah, it was from Buddha Bebop saying if he isn't a fascist, he's an accidental goose step away from it at best. Yes, he's a fascist, but he still has like, he still really believes in being a Jew and being a Zionist. Like, that's absolutely what it is. So he could never be a full-on fascist because he understands that that's bad. Like, hating the Jews is bad. But he also, like, he's had his brain broken. It's like Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein is kind of like, he was moving away from, like, his shitty fucking weird pedo fucking fashy misogynistic racist views when he was like doing the fucking Leftovers podcast with Hassan, and then all of a sudden, as soon as October the 7th happened, he just like went snap straight back to being a fash, and but even worse, and like stalking and harassing people, litigating things. Oh my god, just completely insane. He's like, his brain is broken, and like any kind of criticism of Israel has just turned into everyone's a terrorist. Everyone's a terrorist. That's what it is. That's just how things work. As soon as you criticize Israel, you're a terrorist. Hassan's a terrorist. He's got a terrorist sounding name, like immediate racism, even though Hassan is white, just because he's Turkish and Muslim, grew up Muslim. He's a horrible terrorist. Everybody is, right? We're all anti-Semites. They're all terrorists. What fucking Zionism does to your brain, it just like you just like, I guess they just can't see like the contradictions in like how they're trying to be, like especially liberal Zionists. Liberal Zionists are the worst.
His response to another interview Tucker Carlson had, this time with Nick Fuentes. Tucker Carlson's interview with Nick Fuentes was a...
Yeah, that's right, but a bebop. It's fucked.
As usual, went
completely
on diatribes about the Jewish community.
They have this international community across borders, extremely organized. that is putting the interests of themselves before the interests of their home country.
Although there was some pushback against Fuentes, Carlson seemed more
Morgana,
like he was
what's up?
giving him tips on how to appear more palatable to a wider audience.
But the problem in your response, I get what you're saying, but the problem in your response is it does not apply to every individual.
No, and I would never say that.
Okay. Well, I just think it's important to say that.
There's a presumption in everything Carlson says that he and Nick Fuentes generally agree, but Carlson just wishes Fuentes spoke more delicately about the subject. It both ingratiates Carlson to Fuentes' audience while giving Fuentes mainstream credibility. Oddly enough, in his response to this interview, Benchappearo had a similar takeaway.
Probably you came away thinking that, for the most part, Fuentes lives on the radical edge of normality. You think that if you watch the interview, because Tucker Carlson decided that it was important not only to host Fuentes, but to smooth over his views, water them down, and make them far more palatable to a normal audience. As we'll discuss in a bit, this is
good for you, Morgana.
But Benchappearo gets off track a little later when he says this.
Now, since his exit from Fox News in 2023, when, of course, he was a very, very popular host, Tucker Carlson has turned himself into a conspiracist and a crank and a pathological liar.
Shapiro would go on to provide some good example of Carlson's show being a mouthpiece for pro-Russia propaganda and conspiracy theories. But what he gets very wrong is that this didn't start when Tucker Carlson left Fox News. He's been doing this for years. A video I made several years back looked at his programming on the Fox Nation streaming service back when he was still at Fox News, and he frequently had fringe right-wing figures on, like the raw egg nationalist. That was part of a special about how men's health can be improved by drinking raw eggs and
God, do you fucking remember this?
Balls. This is, of course, just the tip of a very bizarre iceberg. He would talk about everything from,
I remember that like so clearly, chat.
From alien abductions to the danger of wind turbines. And the white nationalist connection doesn't just come from the occasional guest. His top writer at the time, Blake Neff, was forced to resign after he was exposed posting racist and sexist comments online for years. And he bragged about smuggling some of that into Tucker Carlson's scripts.
Yeah, the pro-Russia shit is just like, it's that narrative is just so, just becomes so fucking muddy, right? It just becomes so fucking muddy.
And it's very well documented that white nationalists often tuned into Tucker Carlson when he was on Fox News, taking notes on how to more effectively phrase their own beliefs, because he was so good at streamlining them into mainstream conversations. Tucker Carlson has been swimming in these waters for a long time. Oh, just a side note, if you're wondering what happened to that head writer, Blake Neff, after he was forced to resign from Tucker Carlson's show, he got a job at Turning Points USA. Just thought I should mention that. When Tucker Carlson was fired from Fox News in 2023, Benchappiero's pal and former Daily Wire CEO Jeremy Boring made a comment about how they'd love to hire him. Benchappearo at the time had expressed disagreements with Carlson over foreign policy, but did describe him like this.
Whatever Tucker is, he is certainly a compelling presence, and he does, when it comes to social issues particularly, have an extraordinary amount of moral clarity.
And he criticized the media's commentary on Carlson.
The Times did an investigation into how Tucker Carlson stoked white fear to conquer cable. This, of course, is their routine, is that anybody they don't like is a white supremacist.
This really captures the bind Shapiro finds himself in. His criticisms of Carlson.
Yes, exactly. Tucker's talking points on Russia are the official talking points of Trump's admin to try and improve relations with Russia while focusing on China, correct? And it is not because Trump is bought and paid for by Russia. It is a strategic move to try and get Europe to focus on Russia while they focus on Venezuela and China, as you say.
Carlson in the present are solid, but he's also pretending that this is somehow new. When the truth is, it's not that Carlson has changed, it's just a lot of this is starting to hit Benchappearo more directly. And it's that interview with Nick Fuentes that really seems to have brought things to a head. For those who don't know, Nick Fuentes has hated Benchappearo for many years, in part because of Shapiro being Jewish, but also because he sees Shapiro as someone who undermined his career. In his interview with Tucker Carlson, Fuentes described how Shapiro was initially an inspiration for him.
We do this debate about Trump versus Hillary. And so I'm there and I'm pro-Trump and I say, I think Trump's going to win. And I'm straight up like ripping the Ben Shapiro talking points.
This admiration didn't last as, according to Fuentes, Shapiro.
Damn, chat. Who did he have a debate with about Trump versus Hillary?
Publicly called him out over some of his takes regarding Israel. If Nick Fuentes said the sky was blue, I'd stick my head out the window to double check. So it's important not to take it on faith that he's being honest in any of this. But what is easily verifiable is that he has been talking shit about Benchappearo for many years now, including one very messed up incident where he confronted.
The secret is it doesn't matter who he debated being Trump versus Hillary with, because whoever debated him is a fucking idiot. Because they fucking platformed him, right? Could have been Cenk. I was thinking it was probably more likely one of the debate perverts, to be honest, because that's the kind of thing that he would debate with fucking Destiny, right? Yes, I was thinking that dude Zoot. Yes, correct.
Shapiro in public while he was out with his family.
Destiny.
Although Fuentes and Shapiro insist none of this is personal, it's hard not to notice that Benchappearo had for years avoided calling out Tucker Carlson this aggressively, and now he's saying stuff like this.
Tucker Carlson, for example, would never say out loud what Nick Fuentes does. He wouldn't say the things many of his guests say. And so instead, he acts as an ideological launderer. He takes other people's hideous ideas, he softens them, he treats them with love and care, and then he provides them with a massive signal boost. He isn't merely talking to people in good faith, of course. He's promoting certain people and ideas and attacking others.
And Shapiro goes so far as to point out how even Nick Fuentes can see how Tucker Carlson is a fraud.
After years of bragging about being an elite, bragging about being so out of touch and so rich, now he's going to be the spokesperson for all the white people. Now he's going to roll up his sleeves. I just like to hunt and fish in my log cabin. I care about Klarna and credit card debt.
And now Benchappearo is very much on board with the idea that Tucker Carlson is spreading the same ideology as Nick Fuentes, which is especially ironic considering just a few years ago, he put out a video titled, "Tucker Carlson is not Nick Fuentes," where he defends Carlson when his rhetoric was compared to
It's good, innit, chat? It's just good stuff.
Country. I hate it.
You're right. They're godless. That is exactly right. I never talk like that. But it's
Okay, pause it
true.
right there. Okay, so again, this idea that if you say that God has gone absent from the public square, that you're in league with Nick Fuentes. No, Nick Fuentes literally says that he wants a Catholic dictatorship in the United States. That is not the same thing as what Tucker Carlson is saying. This is the stupidest game.
It's incredible that not even 3 years later, Benchappearo is going after Tucker Carlson for being aligned with Nick Fuentes when he was criticizing The Daily Show for noticing patterns in their rhetoric. I want to highlight another part of the Carlson interview of Fuentes that might explain the phenomena going on here.
When you get
Hey Nemesis, one day when they turn on him for being a Jew, he will realize he did not turn on us, but himself. I mean, like, you know, they've already done that. That's already happened. Like, he's absolutely done. They don't even care about his ratings or trying to stop his channel from dying or anything like that. They're like, yeah, fuck Benchappearo. And it absolutely is because he's Jewish. Without a shadow of a doubt. Like, now it is. There used to be a veneer of like, oh, no, we don't, we don't hate Jewish people or whatever. Not with Nick Fuentes, but certainly Candace Owens, certainly fucking, it's just like, yeah, they're already doing it. They're already fucking him over. And absolutely, it's his social class that is definitely like not help him.
When people call you names, like they always called me racist, and I would always think to myself, I'm actually not. Maybe the point is to make me racist. Where you just get to a point where you're like, well, if you're going to slander me, then I'll just become the thing you're calling me.
Oh no, you're forcing me to get this Nazi tattoo. You're forcing me to get this fucking haircut. Oh no.
I do think that's a feature of human nature, don't you?
Mm-hmm. This is, of course,
it's a feature of human nature. When people accuse me of being, something that I'm not, I just become the thing that I'm not. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Deeply silly thing to say. It's basically recreating that webcomic of someone who said they had no choice to become a Nazi because someone made a comment about Trump supporters being racist.
I feel bullied, really.
Said as much when Megyn Kelly asked him about it.
I'm a little tired of this. That if you are called something enough, that justifies all of the subsequent activity. I've been called every goddamn name in the book. Every name in the book. And I have not, I have not shifted my positions because people call me names. That is a childish thing to do.
He's absolutely right here, and one thing I noticed that every time I agreed with Benchappearo on something, it's when he was saying things people on the left have been saying for years, which honestly speaks to how effective we are at criticizing the right, whether they acknowledge it or not. Tucker Carlson plays the same game. Recently, Benchappearo made some comments about retirement that went viral.
No one in the United States should be retiring at 65 years old. Frankly, I think retirement itself is a stupid idea unless you have some sort of health problem.
What was the other thing that he did? He did another thing, chat. I can't remember what it was. He did another thing where he was like, everybody turned on him and they were like, oh, wow. Oh, it was the CEO shooter. It was the CEO shooter, and he was being like, oh my God, if this guy did this, he's such an entitled, woke lefty. Oh my God, everybody needs to pay health insurance. Everyone has to be in debt when they have like an accident. That's just how things are. And everyone in his audience was like, wow, you're a sick fuck. Remember that? Remember that shit, chat? I remember.
Tucker Carlson responded to that, sounding a lot like someone on the left.
Poorer people, working class people, blue collar people are aching. They have trouble walking. Their backs hurt. So retirement for a man who climbs ladders is a little bit different from a man who hosts a podcast.
If you're a political pundit, you can work until you die. It's not like the bar for a good job is high. This is the thing. And you know, you're just sitting at a desk. You're literally just sitting at a desk. Especially if you're like Ben and you have a producer who gives you all the news stories and all you have to do is give your take on the news stories. That's all you have to do. If I had someone who got the news stories for the day ready for me, that would be a dream. I could do this forever. Literally. No, I don't think they do have evidence on Luigi. I was taking a look at this stuff. Hasn't it been a year since Luigi? I don't know. Can't remember. Feels like it is. Yeah, feels like it is. Oh, God, can you imagine? I mean, like, it could have been a year. It might have. Did it not? Wait, did it not happen in like? No, yeah, it was about a year ago. Yeah, it was. Yes, if you work in a factory that pollutes a lot, your lungs will be fucked by your mid-50s. Exactly. Yeah, it was December. Yeah. That dude's saying December the 4th, 2024. Over a year. Just having contacts seems to be enough for a lot of people in politics, yeah. Well, especially these guys, right? It's who you know and it's who you blow. Destiny. Right?
Carlson even brought up the impact of systemic failures.
We are subject to forces that we can't control. It's just a fact. I didn't write the tax code, for example. I don't have any control over the hiring standards at various companies or the admission standards at various schools. Those are systemic problems. It's just a fact.
This is another one of Carlson's well-worn strategies, to make a systemic critique, while his solution typically involves demonizing immigrants and other vulnerable groups. It's something he's done time and time again, and honestly, only a sucker would fall for this sort of scam, and he's been pulling it for years. What's even more ridiculous about Tucker Carlson's criticism of Benchappearo's rhetoric around retirement...
Kirk was JQing some months before October the 7th, the most fastest shit. Owens has delved into that territory before, saying Hitler was good until he went global. Yeah, the Sudetenland thing, yeah. Tucker's show has spiked in popularity. Trump's admin keeps signaling to Nazi ideology. That conventional anti-Semitism is making a comeback. Daily Wire is becoming so yesterday for the US conservatives. Correct. They're just openly Nazis now. As Destiny said, I saved his career and he treats me like shit. Oh no. He's being a whiny little bottom, isn't he? Why is Anna on here? Anna is on here because, why did Jose bring Anna up? Oh, because, I think he's just talking about how Tucker is saying some, like, left-wing shit in order to attack Benchappearo for being, like, too heavy-handed on workers' rights and stuff. And also she's trash, yes. Yeah, is he bratty bottom? Yeah, exactly.
That none of this is new. Shapiro was saying this at least a year and a half ago. It's hard to imagine these guys have only recently noticed these things about one another and were either too cowardly to mention them before or perhaps saw more professional advantage in staying quiet. It really speaks to what opportunists they are. And I want to go back to that video from October where Benchappearo was complaining about woke politics infecting the far right.
The Democratic Party...
This feels unfair to bratty bottoms.
It's now too late for them to dissociate from those forces.
One of the big complaints he has about figures like Tucker...
Have you ever dealt with a bratty bottom? You're talking like someone who's never dealt with a bratty bottom. You want to know how I know that? Because no one who's dealt with a bratty bottom would say that. Oh no, it's unfair. Shut up.
Carlson and Nick Fuentes is that they push anti-Semitism. But back in 2011, Benchappearo tweeted this. The Jewish people has always...
Not you, the bratty. I'm talking about the hypothetical bratty bottom now.
...been plagued by bad Jews who undermine it from within. In America, those bad Jews largely vote Democrat. In his book,
as a bratty bottom can confirm,
the Hollywood story of how the left took over your TV, he described how liberal Jewish people had taken over Hollywood to advance a left-wing agenda.
I wouldn't even compare a bottom to these people. It's not right, boss. Are you straight? I can't remember. Are you queer? Why am I looking at your user card? That's not going to tell me. I just brought up your fucking like Twitch user card to be like, is this person queer? How's it's not on there?
Also run cover for the Great Replacement.
It's not on there. What am I doing?
Detach it from its anti-Semitic origins into a more pliable concern.
Imagine if you had just like a big fucking pride flag across it like that, right? Just like a big thing like gay.
Over how demographics impact voting. There's something very unsettling about how Benchappearo was perfectly.
I thought it was the Discord. It's not going to tell you. It's not going to tell you in someone's Discord if they're queer. It's gonna. It might like tell you their pronouns or something.
Bad Jews, but somehow thinks it's the left that's convincing parts of the right that there's some kind of Jewish problem. He seemed unaware of the fact that
better ways to do it than bringing fucking Nick Fuentes and Benchappearo in the bedroom. Come on, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you on about? What are you on about? What are you talking about? What are you actually talking about now? Better ways to do it than bringing up Benchappearo and Nick Fuentes in the bedroom. What do you mean? What are you saying?
There are actually some pretty powerful anti-Semitic forces
How's it going?
on the right that
Good to
have
see
been
you.
there for
Yes,
a very long
Catcam.
time.
Look.
And maybe the reason they liked him is because they found him kind of useful. It's a bit of a tired point, but it hasn't stopped being true. Benchappearo is being devoured by the monsters he helped protect, and I suspect it's happening more aggressively.
Yes, we were calling Destiny a bratty bottom. Because I read the chat message from Luna who said, as Destiny said, I saved his career and he treats me like shit. And I was like, he's just like a whiny bottom. And Luna was like, yeah, a bratty bottom. And I was like, yeah, like a bratty bottom. Yeah.
Than people might expect. While looking at some of Benchappearo's recent...
I can't tell if that's better or worse. Okay, as a queer, it's fine. Right, it's fine. If you're worried about like, I'm comparing like a fascist or a whatever to like a queer person, I'm literally a queer. I have sex with men. I have sex with women. I have sex with non-binaries. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You're not cancelled. You're not cancelled for being in the stream. I'm not cancelled. You're not cancelled. Relax. It's all good.
Videos, I couldn't help notice that the metrics seemed...
If Destiny didn't want us to talk about him being a bratty bottom, he shouldn't bitch about being treated like shit after sucking Nazi dick. Yes!
a bit off. For example, his long-form videos do very well, but his clips have dreadful numbers in comparison. Something that historically...
He was just trying to preserve Nick's semen like they're in the IDF together. Yes!
Off in viewership over the past year. So at first glance, it seems as though his current audience, what remains of it anyway, has a very different viewing habit than his old audience. I wanted to look closer at what might be happening, so I decided to graph out what was publicly available with some comparisons.
I'm just a general soul. Yes, you are. Bless you.
Views in 100.
Bless you in your heart.
Compare them with the total number of comments. The reason I'm counting views like this is because it makes the graph read a little better visually. And since I'm doing it for each graph, the presentation of data...
Why did he do this to Benchappearo's hair? Older long-form videos. That's a little neat joke. Listen, chat, not many people noticed this. I did. Not many people noticed this, but I did. How many fucking React streamer streams have you been in where this video has been on and they haven't noticed this? This is why you should subscribe. This is why you should give me money. Yeah, this is what you pay for, right? Come on. Come on, get them in. Get them in. We're so close to the midway dono goal. We're going to unlock Christmas movie night, chat. We could have it next week. It could be next week. Oh my God. Can you imagine?
It's the graph read a little better visually. And since I'm doing it for each graph, the presentation of data is consistent. Looking at Benchappearo's long-form videos, there is a big disparity between the number of comments and the number of views, especially when we compare the number of comments to his short-form videos, where they track much more closely. If we compare him to other channels, in this case I chose Candace Owens and Matt Walsh.
And also, just to confirm, chat, if you want to know if I'm streaming over the Christmas period, yes, I will be streaming over the Christmas period, including Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, all those days, I will be doing it.
We can see that Chappeiro's long-form videos are getting much less engagement. And if we go back in time to January of 2025, Chappeiro's long-form videos are a bit closer. There is still a gap, though not quite as big. If we calculate the odds of whether or not a view...
So Christmas movie night could potentially be unlocked and happening on Christmas Day. That would be fucking crazy.
Lead to someone leaving a comment, we can see Ben's long-form videos are far less likely to have its viewers leave a comment under them, clocking in at less than 0.3% of viewers leaving comments, slightly more than half of what his videos used to get, and far behind Matt Walsh and Candace Owens, who get 3 and 5 times as many respectively. And keep in mind that of all of these channels, Benchappearo is the only one who doesn't do a premiere for his longer videos, where the earliest viewers are sounding off in the chat rather than leaving comments under the video. In fact,
why is Ben's hair gone? That's what I was referring to in that little fucking thing. It's a little joke because this is his older videos, so he's got grey hair. What's the go-to Christmas movie? It's always Gremlins. But I do watch... I watch Planes, Trains, and Automobiles every year religiously. I watch Uncle Buck every year religiously. I'm a John Hughes lover. He made some absolutely great films. Yeah, really good. I love that shit. I like alternative Christmas films. I like Krampus. Home Alone's a great one as well. God, what other Christmas films? Tangerine, I love to watch Tangerine, because that is set at Christmas, even though it's at LA and you just like wouldn't know, except for all the Christmas decorations in the background and shit. Not Home Alone 2. I'll watch Home Alone 2, yeah, sure. Can't watch it anymore. Why? Because Trump's in it. He's only in it for 2 minutes. We watch him for hours at a time on this stream. The Star Wars Holiday Special, yep. Die Hard, I think I mentioned that, yeah. Jingle All the Way is a good one, yeah. That's a classic. That's a classic. Home Alone 2 has Tim Curry, so it cancels out Trump. Exactly. Wallace and Gromit gives Christmas for me for some reason. Yeah, absolutely. Classic Christmas watch. 1000%. Nothing to do with Christmas, but it's something that you would watch at Christmas, yep. The coziness, absolutely. Trapped in Paradise is great. That is a good film. The Santa Claus, that's a good one. Iron Man 3. I mean, for some reason, superhero movies feel very Christmas because they just put them on at Christmas, right? They just put them on at Christmas. That's what they do. ACAB includes John McClane. It's true. Very true. I love The Grinch. Oh, yeah. Much better films that you could watch with Tim Curry. Yeah, but like, what do you want to do? Do you want to be cancelled for watching Trump for a minute in Home Alone 2, or do you want to be cancelled for enabling the terrible culture of exploiting transgender people from Rocky Horror Picture Show? That's the question. What do you want to be cancelled for, man?
Though not quite as big. If we calculate the
true answer is leftism is when no fun, and what you do is you watch nothing. You watch absolutely fucking nothing ever again in your life. Right? Oh, Black Christmas is great. Black Christmas is fucking... It's so gritty and gross and... Shit, son, I was thinking Three Musketeers. Well, now you're cancelled for not being queer enough. In this stream. Muppets, yeah, absolutely. Muppet Treasure Island is a good one. Muppet Christmas Carol. Blackadder Christmas Carol. Christmas specials. There's loads of Christmas specials. Garbage Day. What's that from? That's from like Silent Night, Deadly Night 2 or something, right? I want to be cancelled for watching Muppet Treasure Island, not a Christmas movie. You got it. You got it, Prince. Absolutely. Joy is bourgeois decadence, yes.
odds of whether or not a view will lead to someone
Silent Night, Deadly
You
Night.
can see Ben's long-form videos are far less likely to have its viewers leave a comment under them.
Terrifier
Less than 0.3% of viewers leaving comments, slightly more than half of what his videos used to get. And
I watched, so one of my best friends, the reason that we know each other is because we matched on Tinder, and she was like one of the first trans people that I ever dated, and I like was super respectful because I was just like, you know, she's trans, I don't want to like, you know, I don't want to come on too strong or anything like that. I'm going to be really, really respectful and not do anything. So I just got like super drunk, like so fucking wine drunk. It was absolutely ridiculous. And like, after like 3 glasses or some shit, after like 3 large glasses, she was like, do you want to come back to mine and we can like watch a film? And I was like, yeah, sure. And I was just like, I was just thinking like, yeah, we're just going to watch a film. And she was just like, do you want to fuck? And I was like, what? What? And the reason that I'm telling you this is because the film we were watching was Terrifier. That's the whole reason for that. So yeah, that's my history with the Terrifier movies.
Far behind Matt Walsh and Candace Owens.
So all I have is this like really weird, like, I just have this like absolutely like bizarre idea of like what I've banged to Terrifier 2, not me. I was way too drunk. You thought she seriously wanted to watch a film? I didn't know what trans girls were like back then. I just had no idea. I thought like, oh, there's no way, like it's gonna be scary. I'm like a cis guy. And she was like, get it out. Get it out. Yeah, I was way too drunk. I was way too fucking drunk. So it just didn't happen. And now we're best friends. So that's how you know it's good. That's how you know it's good. If a girl actually wants to go back to her place, she wants to fuck. No, I know that normally. Like, well, I don't want to say normally. And I also know that now about trans girls. But like, I was just being really respectful. I was like, you know, because, and again, that's because of transphobia, right? I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I was being so delicate because blah, blah, blah. It's because, you know, I'm an idiot, right? I just had no idea. I was like, oh, you know, like things are really tough for trans girls and rah, 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 and I knew about chasers. I knew what chasers were, and I was like, I'm not that, so I'm not gonna, you know, not gonna do that.
5 times as many respectively. And keep in mind that of all of these channels, Benchappearo is the only one who doesn't do a premiere for his longer videos, where the earliest viewers are sounding off in the chat rather than leaving comments under the video. In fact, Benchappearo used to do premieres, which might explain why his older long-form
I gotta get that changed. I gotta bang to Terrifier.
See this pattern repeat itself when it comes to the number of likes left on videos.
How do I be respectful here? The answer was just be normal about it. Yeah, exactly.
I looked at the number of likes were significantly worse. Viewers are 3, 4, and even 5 times less likely to click.
And that's why I'm sharing that experience, because other people should know as well. Yes. How do I be respectful here? Rearrange my insides.
On that like button for Benchappiero's long videos than viewers of his long-form videos back in January or videos from Candace Owens and
Look at what this little screwblet is doing.
Numbers amount to...
Hang on. Look at that little screwblet dooblet. Look at what he's doing. You got your face all mushed up on the side. What's going on? What are you doing? What is he doing? What's going on in that little head? Who knows? We will never ever know. We'll just never ever ever know.
Is, in my mind, 2
He's an odd
likely
little boy.
conclusions. Benchappiearo's long-form videos are being heavily inflated by people who are only showing up to hit the dislike button or nothing at all. And if they're leaving comments, those comments are being deleted. The alternative is that someone is bodying his long-form videos, giving it inflated view numbers and very anemic engagement. Whichever of those 2 conclusions is more accurate, it doesn't look like a healthy channel at all. I should mention that in my calculations, I did omit one video from Benchappiearo's channel, the November 3rd one, titled Tucker Carlson Sabotages America. That one actually has metrics that reflect something that has nearly 1 million views. And it's also the one that has the most negative comments towards him. It seems like Benchappiearo's only means of getting big numbers of engaged viewers these days is by being...
Dude, this was 3 weeks ago. Time is so compressed right now. It feels like this was like a year ago. Like I'm being so serious. I'm being so desperately serious. Like it genuinely feels like the Nick Fuentes Tucker Carlson interview was a fucking year ago.
A lightning rod for hate. While we're talking about data, though, I also wanted to share some info I came across from Open Measures that attempted to gauge Nick Fuentes' growing profile and how it doesn't quite match the narrative around his ascent. Although Fuentes saw a massive spike in social media chatter about him after Charlie Kirk's murder, that growth has largely
Can't prove that it
gone
isn't.
down.
It's true.
The Tucker Carlson interview didn't move the needle in nearly the same way. Most of the time Fuentes gets hyped up, people cite his Rumble stats, but it's something of an open secret at this point that Rumble's numbers are almost certainly bogus. My own investigation a while back found they were inflating their live stream view counts, and I would be shocked if that was the only metric that was being fudged over there. I say all of this to remind everyone that these figures...
I'm trying to understand the term anemic engagement. It just means, so like when you're anemic, you don't have like enough blood flowing around your body, right? So like it makes your skin very pale and you don't have, you know, like it means like it's very like lacking in substance essentially.
We're talking about today are incredible.
Like the engagement will be, you know, he's talking about the fact that like the longer form videos are botted, so they're gonna have like hundreds of thousands of views, and on top of that, the engagement does not represent the amount of engagement that would normally come from those amounts of views, right? Because like you could say that like a video that has 700,000 views would be, I don't know, 700,000 views, you would probably expect to get like 7,000 comments or something like that. Maybe less, maybe 700. It just shows clear botting. Yeah, it just means watered down, yeah.
Niche. For fun, let's go to Benchappearo for that.
Every big audience in the media, you're talking about 3-4 million people. The electorate in the United States is generally about 160 million people. I think one of the mistakes politicians make is they look at X and they say, this is representative of the American body politic. And that is just too online. It's just way too online.
He could be talking about Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, or even himself. But their importance, specifically to conservative politics, I think reflects how terminally online politics has become now.
Yes,
Further getting
it is.
detached from real people
Correct.
and instead being obsessed with these internet celebrities as if they've somehow permeated the mainstream when...
This is what I've been saying the whole time. Like the whole time that we've been looking at the world falling apart, like our leaders becoming more and more right-wing. Keir Starmer, for example, reform in the UK. And I've been saying this the whole time. The normal people in our country are not this fascist. They are not arsed about migrants, right? In that fucking Question Time thing that we watched the other week, there were like 2 guys in that audience, or like 3 people in that audience of like, it was like 70 people who were just like, I think the boat people should all be murdered, you know, and it's like, they're just like, they've gotten those people because they have those views and they've like submitted questions and they've focused on these questions and they're going, oh yes, you there, you have a question, don't you? And they know already that this get like the fucking guy, the Witcher NPC guy that we were taking the piss out of, he was just going to be like, why can't everyone just unite in hating migrants? Right? And that's why they like pick those guys out. So it looks like, oh yeah, everybody in Britain is just like a mad racist, bro. And it's like, look, you can have a sophisticated understanding of the way that white people are racist. White supremacy means that white people are racist. We are all racist. We have like a bunch of racism within us that we need to constantly work on and constantly fight in order to be anti-racist, in order to, prevent racism from, from flourishing, right? And then when we've done that, we need to stop racism from reasserting itself, white supremacy. And, You know, we're just nowhere near that. We're nowhere near that stage. But like, you can have that understanding, but also understand that like that racism that is the stage that we're at, it is not full-throated dick sucking of Nazi shit. You know, most people understand that like putting people in camps is bad, right? We understand, generally speaking, most normal people just get that, right? And that's the whole fucking thing. It's like every fucking politician looks at Twitter. Benchappearo is absolutely right, but he is guilty of it as well. They look at Twitter and they go, oh yeah, this is what people want. It's like, no, it isn't, dude. What are you talking about? What are you fucking on about? Like, no one is hungry for these kinds of politics. There's just not the kind of appetite that you think.
Really, they are big names.
Most British people think Nazis are bad. That's just it, right?
Space. At some point, Donald Trump is going to retire from public
However,
life.
that is not all you need to do in terms of, you know, addressing your racism. Like, most Brits are like, yeah, Nazism and fascism is bad, but most Brits will have, you know, degrees of racism within themselves if they're white, right? I reckon that might be why MAGA has worked so well, because it looks stupid as fuck, like a comedy bit, so they got to build fascism on the sly. Yeah. No, that is absolute. That's been fucking Donald Trump's whole bit. You're absolutely spot on. That's exactly it. You know, that is exactly what it is. Everyone looked at him and was like, well, he's saying it how it looks. He's saying things without a filter. He's just saying things how they are. He's calling it like it is. He just says whatever he wants, and he's funny. And he's a funny guy. He's a reality TV guy, right? Inherent to the human experience, not inherent to the human experience. Inherent to the white supremacist, imperialist, capitalist experience. It is not a human thing. Racism is not a human thing. It didn't exist before colonialism. It just didn't exist. A huge schism in the far right, the Brit-Nats versus the Nazis. Yes, absolutely. We've watched it here on this stream. Hugh Anthony going around in all these fucking protests, and there's like people who are being like, why are there fucking Israel flags here? Why are there Israel flags here? We hate the Jews. And Hugh Anthony's like, yeah, I love that. Ha ha ha. And then there's other people who are like, what are you talking about? We need to support Israel. Tommy supports Israel. And then everyone hates Tommy Robinson because he supports Israel. It's fucking mad. It's the same schism that's going on in the US with MAGA is going on in the UK with our Fash as well. It's basically the same, yeah.
Due to failing health. And right now, his cult of personality is the one thing uniting a lot of disparate parts of the right wing. This is something Benchappearo is well aware of.
I think that there are a lot of people who are planning for the post-Trump era, and they're trying to make moves
I don't know, but
right now
probably
in order to sort of consolidate their viewpoint in the post-Trump era.
Benchappearo represents the old
good
guard
moment for
of
destabilizing things further,
the former far right, before they are outflanked by an even more extreme America First movement, often associated with Shapiro's rivals, including Nick Fuentes and, to an extent, Tucker Carlson. It's not a coincidence that Carlson suggests that Fuentes has already won this fight.
And Benchappearo seems irrelevant to me.
Sorry, chat, but just look at this little chubbly wobbly. What are you doing with a face like that? What are you doing with a face like that? Squibbly wibbly. Oh, I love him so much. I gotta get like a good angle on this fucking... I gotta get a good fucking angle. Do you know what? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I know how to fix the fucking cat cam.
Now?
I know how to do it.
Back then, for the
I
young,
guess that's
was
true.
huge. Mm-hmm.
So maybe you won.
Oh, certainly.
The truth is probably more complicated, especially since it's hard to get trustworthy numbers for all of this. But for a political party that seems to be terminally online, it's not surprising that popular sentiment on the internet can be used to fuel a movement. It remains to be seen if it can actually translate to electoral success, though. One of the keys to Benchappearo's success online is that he's been able to avoid or build alliances with people who clearly don't like him. Alliances that would never work long term, but I suspect he thought he could get ahead of. As public opinion has shifted rapidly against Israel, it's become increasingly difficult for someone like Shapiro to continue his vocal support for the country. Many on the right have used this opportunity to smuggle their anti-Semitism into the broader criticism against Israel, but Shapiro can't make that move. Back in 2024, Benchappearo and his father, a Hollywood composer, produced a musical in Israel that...
Sorry, that was just so funny the way that came back on. That was just so funny the way that came back on. Okay, how do I do this? How do I do this? The wrong way round. Rotate 90 degrees clockwise. Yes, there you go. Right. Okay. Right, that's what the full cat cam looks like. There we go. Yeah? Yeah, it's fixed. It's fixed. He is funny. There he is. There he is. All right. What's going on? Prince says, people point to the ancient Greeks saying Africans are geniuses and the Northern Europeans being stupid as a sign that racism is also ancient when it was a unique view that other cultures at the time didn't share. Yes, right. Absolutely. The way he just fucking stares is so good. He's such a little melpert, isn't he? That's why I call him Melpert, because he's just so melpert. Squibbly meebles. Chumbly wumbly.
October 7th attack with the Warsaw Uprising. It was called We Will Rise. Speaking to the Jerusalem Post, he said, "The ending is the most powerful part for me. The characters from the Warsaw Ghetto sing We Will Rise as they move through the fog, but now they're joined by the Israeli soldiers who realize that their fight is the same. The fight to protect the Jewish people is timeless." Putting aside the grotesque pairing of the genuinely heroic uprising in the Warsaw Ghetto with the soldiers committing a genocide, what we see is
it's so disgusting how they appropriate the valor of the extremely, well, valorant Jewish people in the Warsaw Ghetto in order to do fascism. It's just the most depraved shit. It just makes me so sad.
This is something
what a horrible,
genuinely believes.
What a horrible, horrible, horrible insult to those people, right? It's just so disgusting.
Believes in. He's a man who has a real passion for at least some of what he talks about, and I think that might ultimately be his downfall. While he was willing to make cheesy YouTube videos for clicks or endorse politicians he has serious misgivings about, there are some lines he won't cross when it comes to some of his values. In this case, it means defending a country committing a genocide, which is tragic in its own right. But in the world of conservative media, not being able to sell out your supposed values makes you vulnerable. Going back to the New York Times article, it's hard to imagine Benchappearo pivoting to be on the friendly side of the increasingly extreme right-wing base the way he had 8 years ago. Mostly because he didn't really have to give anything up. He just had to pretend he liked Donald Trump. And Benchappearo was certainly tolerated and even celebrated because he was useful for attacking the left.
Yeah.
Attacking the left while ignoring the far right only works when the far right isn't breathing down your neck in public awareness and pulling ahead in view counts. While I think Benchappiero's profile has been dragged down, I doubt he'll be completely finished forever. Careers in media can slump along if someone has a devoted enough base, and Shapiro still has some kind of audience keeping him afloat. A couple of years from now, it'll be interesting to see if he's found life in a new lane of political relevance, or if the times will pass him by and he'll end up forgotten.
Yeah, we all knew it was coming.
Of the past.
People were saying for it. People were saying it years ago. We were saying it years and years and years and years ago. Literally 10 years ago at this point. I mean, I started doing political content around 2019. Yeah, it was around 2019, and I only did it like once a week. But even back then, it was so fucking obvious. It was so desperately obvious. It was like, wait a minute. All these people are Nazis, Ben. You're Jewish. What the fuck's going on? Like, what do you think is gonna happen? And now it's happening. There you go. The leopards are eating his face.
Such as Bill O'Reilly.
It's not good. I'm not like... You know, I'm happy that nothing horrible is happening to him. He's not getting murdered. He's not getting marched into a camp yet, right? But, inshallah, that shit never happens. I wouldn't wish it even on Ben, just for being Jewish kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's just like, why would you wish that on anyone? But it's good to watch his downfall. Like, it is good to watch his downfall. And, you know, I hate the fact that there is like this anti-Jewishness going on around it. I hate the fact that the pro-Palestinian cause has, it's not the pro-Palestinian cause that's done it. It's Israel that's done it, right? I hate the fact that Israel has created this environment where like hating Jewish people is just like broadly acceptable. Like that is what has happened. That is literally the through line as to how this has happened. If Israel hadn't been committing a genocide, there's no way that they would have been able to like talk this way about, you know, about Israel and like have these like little fucking like inklings and shit like that. I mean, they're still not saying things like out loud, right? Fuentes is, and he's being courted by Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens is alluding to this shit, you know? So yeah, it's real shit. It's all around shit, but at least Benchappearo is gonna be a bit stressed, and hopefully we won't see him on our screens ever again. One down. Tim Pool also down. Tim Pool, Benchappearo, great stuff. I'm glad that they're all fighting. I'm glad that they're all suffering a tiny bit. You know, inshallah, it continues, and they just stop doing what they're doing, and they just stop having the influence that they have. You know.
Meantime, we can enjoy insightful interviews from Tucker Carlson, where he asks tough questions like this.
What is porn exactly? Like, describe.
Oh, don't forget Charlie. Oh, that's true. He died. He actually died.
How available?
This is great. This is great. I just want to that question, that thing in chat. It just overshadowed this, right?
Interviews from Tucker Carlson, where he asks tough questions like this.
What is porn exactly? Like, describe.
Great question. Great question. Interestingly, it's in the Talmud that ethnic characteristics took on connotations outside of geography and environment. It seems to have started with religious shit. I know I'm down a rabbit hole here. I mean, like, you know, I think that ethnic characteristics. I was thinking about this today, right? Literally, the only reason that white people are white is because we were melanated people, and then we got to the north of the hemisphere, and our bodies were like, oh shit, dude, there's no fucking vitamin D here. Like, that's all it is. That's literally all it is. And then people who stayed in that region bred and et cetera, right? That's the only fucking difference. And so it's like, sure, maybe the Talmud was referring to that, right? But literally talking about like inferiority and like the idea that there are inferior races and weaker races that like need to be dominated and shit like that. It's colonialism, you know? It's colonialism.
Describe how available is porn? What is it?
And to be clear, colonialism started in the 1400s, right? The later medieval religions, right? Exactly. The 1400s is when Columbus started the genocide of the land known as America. What is this? Blovish GitHub sound. Is this something I could put on stream?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
This is good. This is good. Yeah, not anymore. He doesn't. Dope. Yeah, that's fucking dope. That's actually so good. I love that. Look at him. Oh, he's a squibbly wibbly. He's a squibbly wibbly. Oh, I think I just poked him in the eye. I didn't mean to poke you in the Hey, Susie, how you doing? 10 out of 10 website, yeah. Okay, where are we up to? That was a great video by Jose. Great work. This is Majority Report. We're gonna take a look at this in a second. I am just gonna run to the toilet real quick. Chat, use this opportunity to stretch your legs, etc., etc. Take your meds if you haven't already. Go outside, look at the sky, have a wee or a poo yourself. Go get it sorted. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, yeah, I'm back. Hello, Vod. Guy just fired from the corridor? What? I'm technically still working, so I can't have my meds yet. Oh! Malicious compliance noted. Eh? Where to now, Mon Capitan? What are you, Q from Star Trek?
Q, you're a menace. You're nothing but a menace. Just because you're omnipresent doesn't give you superiority over us. We demand equality as races. The human race has a right to exist. We shouldn't have to stand for the crimes of our ancestors.
Anyone else get that? Any other Trekkies in chat? I know Middle-earth Marxist is. Is anyone else care? Oh, whatever. Alright, what we're gonna do... I love TNG. Yes, of course you do. Of course you do.
Damn it, Q!
Number one. Number one. I'm quoting the court episode. Yeah, the first one. I watched one of the Q episodes. It's really hard to get through. I'm a 9. Nah, Deep Space Nine is the best one, obviously. Yeah, Farpoint Station. Q episode's a good crack. Like, it's really, really tough to get through because Q is such an annoying bastard. Like, he's literally so annoying. But that's why, exactly like you say, John Delancey, like, he played it so well because that is exactly how an omnipresent creature would, you know, would act. Deep Space Nine excluding Ferengi episodes. Wait, why? What are you talking about? The Ferengi episodes are the best ones. There's one where fucking what's his face? Quark's mum literally becomes like a feminist revolutionary. What are you talking about? Some of the Ferengi episodes are the best ones. They unionize in a Ferengi episode. Rom is like, we should unionize, and Quark is like, nah. Rom was more than a hero, he was a union man, exactly. Moogie! Moogie! God, what do you mean? What do you mean excluding Ferengi episodes? They're the best ones. The Ferengi episodes are bad in TNG. Because they're basically just like very, very, very like you know, goblin, anti-Semitic, Jewish coded, right? And it's not good. Yes, TNG. Yeah, it's what Krill was saying. The first 3 seasons of TNG are very Roddenberry, aka racist, even though like he probably did, I don't know, man. He's an old guy, right? They didn't quite know what to do with the Ferengi on TNG, yeah. Like, they definitely started because Roddenberry was an anti-Semite. Like, that is just so obvious. It's like, oh my god, big ears, big nose, love money. Like, come on, man. That's crazy, dude. It's crazy. But I think Deep Space Nine, because they had, what was his name? Michael, what's his face? The writer? Like, Deep Space Nine was where they really took some of the great ideas of Star Trek and they were like, right, it's time to be really fucking communist about this shit, right? They were like, it's time, like, Roddenberry was obviously a fucking space communist, but it's time to get really fucking communist. You know? You people should take better care of yourselves. Stop poisoning your bodies with tobacco and atom bombs. Sooner or later, that stuff will kill you. Exactly. Great quote. Great quote. Actual terrorist Lieutenant Kira. Correct. Actual terrorist. Yeah. Yeah. So dope. So dope. Unionization and weapons dealing episodes were good, but a lot of the Grand Nagus just killed me. Wait, you mean you didn't enjoy all of the I'm fucking your mom, Quark? Hey, Quark, I'm fucking your mom. That's some of the best shit ever. Wallace Shawn. He's a legend. He's a fucking legend. He's an anti-Zionist Jew. He did a thing recently. He did like a oh fuck, what did he do? He did like a whole thing about like Israel and how evil it is, and he's a fucking he's a great actor as well. He's just like a fantastic actor. Yes, Wallace Shawn. Yeah, exactly. That guy, but a bebop. Yeah. Also, Morgana was saying, like, where do you start with Star Trek? And yeah, I would say just watch it from TNG, honestly. Like, the original series is really tough to get through because obviously it was made in the 60s and it's like, it's got all kinds of 60s problems, if you know what I mean. Even though it was progressive for the 60s, it's got all kinds. It's got all kinds of 60s problems. But, yeah. TNG. Just start with TNG and just watch it. You will also notice that TNG, even though it was made in the late 80s, also has some problems. Some 60s problems. Yeah, the original series is as bad as James Bond's with Connery. Yes, correct. I would argue that you should watch I think that people should watch all 3 Roddenberry seasons of TNG because I think it's good to critique that stuff. I think it's good to watch it and be like, oh yeah, this is obviously bad. I think it's good to look at that shit and go, that's really terrible, and then you get to season 3 when Roddenberry died and everything just starts to get like immediately better, yeah? Immediately better. Measure of a Man is a great episode. There's some great episodes in the first 3 seasons, even though there's a lot of bad ones. Do you not remember the Quark becoming a female episode? Yeah, but he doesn't become female, does he? He, like, pretends to be... Wait, what are you talking about? No, Quark doesn't become a woman. There's a woman that, like, pretends to be a man so that she can, like, you know... But there's, like, trans stuff going on there as well. That's a bad one? I don't remember that being a bad one. Is that not a good one? I know the one that you're referring to. There's like a no, that also exists. Quark becomes a woman. Quark transitions in a season 6 episode. I didn't pay that much attention to season 6. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't Wait, what? Quark becomes a woman? He gets surgery? I don't remember this at all. What? Oh, yeah, no, that's bad. I don't remember this one at all. I think I stopped watching it at season 6 because they killed off, what's-her-face? Who is actually trans, who's the trans allegory. What's her name? Jadzia. They killed off Jadzia. I was like, who is this? Ezra Dax. I really didn't vibe with Ezra Dax. I was like, this is bad. I don't like it. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. I've never seen this. I've not seen this. Chat, that's fucking crazy. What were they thinking, man? What were they fucking thinking? I also wish they hadn't done the Odo romance. Okay, that's a mad take. Why did you think that they shouldn't have done the Odo romance? Jadzia makes out with a former female lover, yes. But also present female lover. Previous Trill host, yeah. It's the, yeah. Everything was fine, but a lot of folks didn't vibe with it, yeah. As much as it would have fit the allegory better for the next host to be a dude, I do genuinely like the Ezra character. I think she still works really well as a trans stand-in. Yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. I just hated it that she got killed off. I just couldn't vibe with her. I just couldn't do it. The documentary talks about producers not wanting Avery Brooks to have a shaved head because it would be too street. There was definitely still problems. Absolutely. There was definitely still fucking problems with, like, you know, not understanding racism, not understanding transness, not understanding, like, queerness and shit. I think behind the scenes, the actress for Jadzia had some shit with Berman or something. Absolutely. Rick Berman would not have allowed the next Dax to be male and have those kinds of feelings for Worf. Yes, correct. Short plot. Ferengi women can't trade. Quark's mum was going to meet a politician to try and convince him. Quark got into an argument with his mum. She gets a heart attack. Quark has to replace her. End up flashing the politician. I don't remember this at all. I didn't watch this shit. I didn't fucking watch this shit at all. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Okay, well, I don't want to see that anymore. Let's watch some Sam Seder and forget about all of that. How about that? How about we do that, chat? What do you reckon? It might not be Sam Seder. It might be Emma Vigeland and all the majority. Let's watch the Majority Report. Forget that ever happened.
Yiannopolous goes on Tim Pool's show. Now, Yiannopolous was just on another show. Which?
Okay, I want to hear this. The romance just didn't feel genuine to me. It felt forced. Kira liking Odo just didn't feel believable to me. Why? I think it was great. We needed that romance between the Doctor and the Cardassian, and fucking Berman. And fucking Berman, was it? He fucking murked us. You mean, do you mean Garek and Bashir? Yes, correct. Yes, Garek and Bashir. Yes. We could get into Star Trek critique way too easy. I fucking love Star Trek. Because he's a cop? Yeah, that's true. He is a cop. Yeah, Odo is a cop. They wanted Garek to be bisexual. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I do kind of get... I did think that about Odo when they got together. I was like, yeah, it doesn't feel right. But Kira's kind of a cop. Kira's kind of cop-brained. She's kind of like that, but like in a different way. There's just no real chemistry between them. I like to think that aliens don't need chemistry. Isn't Berman also the one who said, well, female captains, they're not babes, are they? Yes, no, exactly. It's Starfleet. They're all cops. I mean, Kira is not Starfleet and Odo is not Starfleet, but like they're working for Starfleet, right? They're all cops. Berman is the one who killed off Tasha Yar in TNG, right? And when she was leaving, like when she filmed like the last episode or whatever, apparently he like walked up to her and like yanked off the fucking Star Trek like comm badge thing and went, you won't be needing that anymore. Horrible cunt, horrible prick, Rick Berman. You fucking win it, evil prick. Yeah, hence the entire thing with the Maquis. Yeah. No, the Maquis is great. The Maquis is great. We were doing a thing on Red Planet where we were introducing Tim to some Star Trek Deep Space Nine episodes and some Star Trek TNG episodes. We've done that as like bonus content before, and you should all go and check that out. It should be available. There should be some of those episodes available. And we were like saying like, okay, so like, you know the basic idea of Star Trek, it's communism, it's space communism, and Starfleet are going around and they're like interacting with like new aliens and shit like that and new life forms. Well, guess what? Boom! They're actually doing a bit of imperialism and cop shit. Boom! And then the Maquis are just there and it's like, oh, this is great. This is so good. This is really, really good. Were actors allowed to keep their Starfleet badges? Yeah. Not Natasha Yar's actor, though. Not at all. Denise Crosby. I did see what Denise Crosby wrote about that on Twitter when he tried to say something about it. Yes. I thought Vic Fontaine got too much screen. I quite liked Vic Fontaine. Vic Fontaine was like, I don't know, man. There's something about Star Trek that is just like it's grounded in reality. I don't know what it is. Yeah, the holodeck jazz singer guy. I had to Google who he was because I was like, who the fuck is that? And it's like, oh yeah, this guy. I quite liked it. I think he was kind of integral to like the disability plot with like Rom's son. What's his name? Fuck, I can't remember. His name's like Glorp or oh my god, his name is Nog. Oh my god, his name is Nog. I forgot about that. Also, Rom has a son called Nog. That's bad, right? Yes. No, don't say the name in chat. You're gonna get timed out, or you're gonna get everyone in chat getting timed out. Look, it gets used like that. It gets used as a slur in British racism sometimes. So don't worry. Yeah. I'm not gonna say it and contextualize it for you. You could do your research. It's an anti-black slur, basically. Yeah, Sorka, as soon as I explain it to British people, they're like, oh yeah, of course it does. Yeah. That's why I'm there like, oh my god, yeah, his name is that. But obviously, like, yes, exactly. All the Brits, straight away, they're like, yeah, that's true. Yeah, true. Anyway, let's just call him Aaron. Yeah, the actor's name. His storyline in is all about disability. It's all about becoming disabled, right? Yeah, you're just not going to be able to use it in the chat. I'm not going to be able to change that in the chat while we do this. Just everyone's getting timed out. The plot in that episode. The plot in that episode is like, it's about becoming disabled, and Vic Fontaine is a big part of that. Well, that is also true as well, Sorka, yes. No, I don't think it was a slur in the US because obviously the writers would have been... Well, would they? I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. The Vic Fontaine is important. He was good in places, just overused. Yeah, I know what you mean. I think that when it came to like the heist episode, well, Patrick Stewart wasn't in Deep Space Nine. Thingy was Julian Bashir's actor. He's British, I think. He's British. Who else is British? I mean, I guess fucking Colm Heaney is Irish, right? Picard was in the first episode, yes. But I don't think that Rom or his son was, or his unfortunately named son was. Alexander Siddiq, yeah. I think he's British. The Borg plot, yeah. I don't even think like Rom was introduced in that episode. I don't even think Quark was introduced in that episode. He was around. Maybe he did say something and they were just like, yeah, who cares? No one cares about your silly British words. That's the kind of thing that Americans would say. No one cares about your silly British words. No one in America is going to know what that means. And they were right. None of you know what that means. No one outside of the UK know that that's a slur. He technically appears as a background extra in Emissary. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I know that. What's your opinion on recent Trek shows? I'm gonna be so honest. I tried to fucking like watch Voyager because I was like, I love Deep Space Nine. It was great. It was really meaningful to me. It's like so like important and shit. Like it's just like I watched it at a really formative time in my life. I was getting over a past relationship. It was really, really meaningful. I loved it. And I tried to watch Voyager and I just couldn't. I just couldn't get through it. It got to the episode where Tom Paris and Janeway got turned into reptiles and had reptile sex because they went too fast. Even Enterprise is pretty dire. They went to Warp 10 and it turned Tom Paris and Janeway into lizards and they had sex. It's so insane. I was watching it and I was just like laughing my ass off. I was like, I can't take this seriously anymore. Once 7 of 9 arrives, there's some banger episodes though. I couldn't get past that. I just couldn't get past it. Possibly worth trying to watch it again when DS9 isn't fresh in your mind. It wasn't really anything to do with it. Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard though. That's going to be hard. Oh, the Tuvix episode is crazy. I actually quite like the Tuvix episode. Because it is kind of like, it's quite challenging. It was challenging in the sense of, we're not even watching fucking Sam Seder. The Tuvix episode is really challenging because it's just like, you know, yeah, God, like, what would you do in that scenario? And it's like, it's a real moral quandary. And it doesn't have a satisfying outcome because they're like, well, we just kill this new being and we bring back our friends. And it's like, hang on a minute. How does that work? Like, your friends died, like, they just died, right? And you're, like, forcing this new character to die, this new being to die. God, yeah, that was crazy. That was so crazy, man. That was so crazy. But that's kind of like, you know what it was talking about there? It was talking about things like me not being able to watch season 6 and 7 of Deep Space Nine because of Ezra Dax. I've seen so much intro to philosophy stuff that uses Tuvix. It's great. It's a phenomenal episode, right? What about Battlestar Galactica? Is it Star Trek? No, it isn't. Deep Space Nine is rumored to have ripped off Battlestar Galactica in terms of the idea of it being on like a space station rather than a ship. Yeah, Tuvix was great because, you know, it's like I should not have cared about Oh no, sorry, Babylon 5. No, not Battlestar Galactica. Sorry, yeah, Babylon 5 is what. Yes, that was supposed to be ripped off. Yeah, Babylon 5 was a space station. Yeah, not Battlestar Galactica. I don't know anything about Battlestar Galactica. People have said it's okay. I don't know. I've not seen it. Hello, Huskadoo. That's the connection. Battlestar Galactica and Deep Space Nine share the same main writer, Ronald D. Moore. Thank you, Husker. And hello. What was I going to say? It's quite good. I've not seen it. Am I the only one out here who likes Discovery? I was not best pleased when Paramount Surprise cancelled it. I don't know. I've not checked it out, but like I didn't check out any further Star Treks after the Janeway Tom Paris episode, or maybe it was the Tuvix episode. I can't remember. Because yeah, I shouldn't have been bothered that Ezra Dax happened. I shouldn't have been bothered by that at all. I should have just been able to carry on and watch Deep Space Nine, because it's like, yeah, like that's what happens. People die and characters die, and you have to be okay with it. And I kind of hate fucking Dragon Ball Z for doing that to me, right? Because I was so scared when Goku died in like the first episode of Dragon Ball Z. I was like, it wasn't the first episode because they dragged on the fight with Raditz for like a few episodes, right? And I was like, I was just getting used to this character. He's like the hero. He's a Superman. What the fuck? What's going on? And then he just dies, and I was like, no. And then like in a couple of episodes, it's like, oh, don't worry, he's in heaven and he can come back. And I was like, oh, great. Yeah, I don't have to see any of my heroes die. Oh god. Ignoring the funky episodes is an essential skill for some shows. There are Doctor Who episodes I bear like a cross. Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, totally. Anime was interesting as a first watch. What, the Dragon Ball Z anime? Okay, right. We're done talking about this. We're going back. We're going back to the right-wing conservatives failing. We're not even going to get to any Israel stuff tonight, chat. It's just not going to happen. We're not even going to get to the economy stuff. I can't believe that this has taken up like 2 streams. I can't believe that this has taken up 2 streams. Zip it, nerds. Hey, Theo, what's up? Excuse me. Right, okay. We're watching this.
Show was that we...
Tucker?
Was it with Tucker?
He was.
Love a Star Trek chat, yeah.
He claimed that maybe Charlie Kirk was gay.
That was also on Tim.
Okay. He did this on Tim Pool's show. He said that...
Okay, final bit, because we're talking about Dragon Ball now. Yes, you're right, Alejandro. GT gets a lot of shit, but it tried to subvert that. The Dragon Ball's being taken for granted and all. I watched Sean stream the other day, and he was talking about this. GT should have just not had Goku. It should have just not had Kid Goku in it. I agree with him so hard on that. That was the only reason I didn't watch that show. I was like, why we gotta have Goku as a baby? I watched 1,000 episodes of Dragon Ball where Goku is a baby. I don't need any more of that. That was the only thing that annoyed me about GT. Should have just been Pan and Gotenks or whatever? Sean the Black, yeah. When have you ever heard Sean the Skull talk about Dragon Ball Z? That motherfucker's never watched a single anime in his life. I guarantee... No, he has. I've heard him talk about anime. They wanted to do references to original Dragon Ball. That's what I mean. It's like it's like one of the first instances of like recognizable IP content. And it's like... Remember Dragon Ball? Remember Piccolo? Remember Goku when he was a kid? Embarrassing. Fucking embarrassing.
In passing, that he thought that Charlie Kirk was gay.
I would just say, look at the text that he sent to Candace Owens about Nicki Minaj.
And what that, I think, is what he said, is that he was talking about...
Because I'll say, I saw the text, I'm like, wait a second.
They were girls. Like that is not what a straight man would text. Now, this is what Milo Yiannopoulos decides to go all in earlier in this, he mentions that Charlie Kirk was gay. George Santos is on this show, and he can't believe that Milo Yiannopoulos is saying this. And then Milo Yiannopoulos also says, repeats the claim that Benny Johnson is gay. Now,
oh, come on.
There has been a lot of people who have made this claim on the internet, on X. And so it's not terribly shocking to hear Yiannopoulos say this, but here he is getting indignant about it.
One of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows. I don't.
Oh my God, this is so funny. I can't believe that this is happening, man. I can't believe that this is happening. Everything is getting so funny. Everything is getting really good and really funny. They're all freaking out because they're all gay. They're all secretly gay, and they hate women so much that they're gay, but they hate the idea of being gay so much that they're secret about it. Sorry, buddy. He's up there. It feels like this rabbit hole could go forever. Exactly. It's just absolutely mad.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Pause it for a second. SAS is student action something. It's like a it's a TPUSA event.
I do like
Student
how
Action Summit. Now go back a little bit here because
Santos is trying to act above it because he can't make any enemies right now.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's gotta be like Andy Cohen.
I know.
Yes.
I know you were fun when you were messy. Now you're just like there.
Yeah. Lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows. I don't know what you're talking about. Men, younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 SASs in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys.
This is so good. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is great. Milo is so mad. He's so mad that everybody is just like falling apart and his career failed and Timcast is failing and all this shit. He's on the failed Timcast show. He doesn't give a flying fuck. That's why his part of the desk is all messy. He's been drinking. No, this is absolutely true. This is the thing. This is how you know that this shit is true, because Yiannopoulos is just trying to be fucking extra spicy in order to like get some career back. That's what he's up to. That's what he's doing. And these are all rumors that have been happening for a long time. I'm so down to hear it come from his mouth that he's saying to he's gonna say that Charlie Kirk is gay. I can't wait, dude. I can't fucking wait.
Go Oscar.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Go ask her.
Milo, aren't you ever scared of getting sued? You say I'm sitting here like I am humbled by the lore and your ability.
Audacity.
There's no teapots in this room right now to express how I feel.
George, I have said these things about people for 20 years and never once in my career been sued. I've issued 3 corrections in my entire journalistic career because I get my facts right and people know that they do not want to go through discovery.
Journalistic career, come on, bro.
Actually, I want to say this.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
The one thing I need to say this. Because
I'm right.
The most terrifying thing about Milo.
No one contradicted it. It seems like Tim Pool moved on, and then George Santos was like, "Are you worried about getting sued?"
Now this is in response to. Let's show the.
I do not think he still writes for Breitbart.
Benny Johnson. Then, his wife.
I think he did get sued. Did he not get sued? I feel like he did get sued, right? Like he's lost his marbles. I feel like Milo Yiannopoulos has just been like getting COVID again and again and again and again and again. That's what happens to Milo's voice. Benny Johnson has gone awful quiet. He really has, yeah.
Kate, I guess is her name, tweets out something that implies she's going to sue Milo Yiannopoulos. I mean, this is like, I can't, it's so gossipy and stupid.
Sorry, I'm just doing this chat because my fucking
matter is that like,
because my fucking My spine is so fucked from this chair. I'm getting a new chair for my birthday from my mum. She's getting me like a used Herman Miller chair. And it's not like one of the amazingly good ones or whatever. It's like one of the fucking old models. But I'm really excited about it. And like, my fucking back is... Yeah, blue fella, thanks. No, you're right. Thank you, Johnny. Yes, correct. Correct.
Benny Johnson was important enough for the Russians to pay him hundreds of thousands of dollars to, as well as Tim Pool and whatnot.
He's a mouthpiece for Trump.
And so, this is going to be relevant on some level. Any time they're spending on this is times that they're not doing bad things for the country.
Demonizing.
Yes, correct.
Exactly. And so here's Benny Johnson responding after his wife. He says, I am duty bound to take action.
What a masculine
no pun
man.
intended.
Duty.
Here's what's so weird about this. Incidentally, there's a great study that shows like all that, we'll talk about this piece more in the future, but that the traditional, the trad wife stuff that's going on, that like men want like gender roles to be protected, actually inhibits the number of children that people have, because women don't want to be stuck with having to do all the work for kids, broadly speaking. And so when these guys have these...
Yeah, Benny Johnson speaking like a samurai.
Yes.
This is what a real man does. The majority of women are like, that just sounds like you don't want to do any of the work around the house. You just leave it to me. So bye. Anyway, so here's Benny.
Again, this is like another example of fascism not working in the same way that it did 100 years ago. Because there have been so many advancements in like women's rights, and it's not just about like legislation or things that are in writing or laws that have been passed. It's like collectively, consciously, we know that like women should not be slaves in the house. Right? Like everybody just kind of knows that. It's like it just shouldn't really happen. Women know it, particularly, right? Because they're the people that it affects the most. And it's like, you're just not going to be able to have that same kind of a thought. Like, you're not going to be able to go back to that, dog. It's too late. It's too late. All these motherfuckers are like, we need to go back. No, it's done, dog. It's done. You got to do the dishes. You got to wipe a baby's ass.
I am duty bound. I got news for you. I can't think of something more performative than the idea that I am duty bound. Yeah. Like,
speaking like a samurai.
You're going after my family, I'm going to mess with you, but because I don't like
Hey,
it.
sweetie, how you doing? Yes, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Pretend I am a actual husband.
Right. This role that has been assigned to me is one that I must play for you on the internet.
I'm obligated now because of the...
Yes.
Everybody go follow Sweet Bee. She's a great streamer.
Okay, so I am duty bound to take action to protect my family against those who maliciously defame and attack us. More to come on that. Now he's saying us because I think
anytime, Sweet Bee.
Milo also said that his wife was a swinger, or something,
and that she looked old.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if that's, I think that's more of an opinion. So attack us. More to come on that soon. Pray for healing for some really sick and delusional people. Jesus is about redemption. The legal system is about justice. Happy Sunday.
He didn't say which part of that was defamatory, just throwing that out there. It could have been
more to come, Emma.
More to come. I can't wait.
And here is Milo responding to them. Dear free speech warrior Benny, dear Kate, a few notes for your consideration.
It's like
I know more about defamation than any lawyer you will hire.
Oh, this is so embarrassing, man. This is so fucking embarrassing. Do you want to lose a defamation case to Milo Yiannopolous of all people about whether or not you are gay? Oh, dude, like, Yiannopolous fell off. He was one of the first to go. Years and years and years ago. It was even before COVID, right? It was before COVID that this guy fucking... Or was it like in the first lockdown? I can't remember. I can't remember when Yiannopoulos fell off, but he was he was one of the first to go. It was just like, yeah, I don't know. Combination of being British and being gay. And they just couldn't handle it. Like all the right wingers on the right wingers in America were just like, this is too much. This guy's fucking too much. He's talking about being like pedoed and shit like that, and he was fine with it. Like, he had like some mad take about the fact that he was like sexually molested, and he was like, yeah, it's fine. It should just happen. It's normal or something. I can't remember what it was. He made apologies for being for pedophilia, right? That was the whole thing on like Joe Rogan or some shit. And now he's like desperate to come back. He's desperate to get some of his like shit back, and he's just like trying to like start drama, you know? COVID fucks up time perception. Yes, I think it was 2017, Alejandro. Yeah, is this what they call Sephiroth posting? Well, Sephiroth, did they call it that? Because I can't really remember much about Final Fantasy VII. It was Bill Maher. His assertion was that grooming should be accepted among gay men. Yes, correct. That's what he said. Madness. Absolute madness. I remember mainstream media accurately covering him, unlike Charlie Kirk. Yes. Yes. Sephiroth posted in Final Fantasy VII, they call it that because Sephiroth is just someone who wants to go scorched earth and kill everyone, right? In that case, yes, it is Sephiroth posting.
Benny is a public figure. Malice is a non-starter. I have receipts, and the truth is a total defense against any claim of defamation or libel. Do you want to lose a defamation case to Milo Yiannopoulos, of all people, about whether or not you are gay? Do you want to even fight one? The people who have poured money into making you a big deal are about to lose their entire investment. Putin. Now, here's the thing, is that...
What does he think is going to happen? Does he think he's going to win? It's weird because it's like... Well, hang on. Can you even... Actually, I think Yiannopoulos might be right here. Because how is a lawyer going to be like, you're gay? And that's bad. So Yiannopoulos shouldn't have said this? They're not going to do that, right? You can't be like... You only win in that case by not playing. Exactly. Like, what? I don't understand. It's like, being gay is not something that would be seen as defamatory because it's generally accepted that being gay is fine. But Benny Johnson is like, we should do a defamation case because I was called gay and it's bad to be gay. Is that what he's doing? I don't understand. Surely that won't stand up in court. It's like, how has your reputation been damaged by someone saying that you might be gay? Maybe it's the adultery shit. I don't know. Is it the adultery shit?
Milo Yiannopoulos on an earlier trip to Timpul said at one point, right-wing talkers, it's all about faking it until you make it. And he implied, if not explicitly said, that there was a lot of like fake viewership for Benchappearo. Now we know
Milo Yiannopoulos said that?
Yes, this was the last time he was on Timpul, and we know that Benchappearo spent millions of dollars advertising on Facebook. I think there's about...
Milo Yiannopoulos has been watching left-wing creators. That's exactly what's been happening. Milo Yiannopoulos has been watching left-wing creators. This is the kind of shit that we talk about. That's wild.
5 years ago. And now his audience is cratering. And it may be the case that was always just sort of like there was a mythical audience.
It's a money mirage.
But the Daily Wire just doesn't have the resources that it maybe used to because they spend all of their money on those
Lady Ballers.
I don't think he's gone left.
Shows.
I don't think he's gone left. I think that what he's doing is, I think he's listening to what left-wingers are saying about the people in his space that he wants to like steal views and capital from, right? Like, the reason that Yiannopoulos is back is because Kirk got shot and he was like, oh, cool, maybe some audience for me, right? Don't you also have to prove it's not true in USA courts? Hard to prove you didn't marry a beard. Yeah. Also, hi, Willada. Your Honor, I am most positively a heterosexual. I rest my case. Yeah. What is Melpert doing? What's he doing? What is he doing? Big yawn. What are you doing, you silly little chiblet? You silly little giblet. He's doing a big turnaround now.
Actually successful for them, right?
Yeah.
It was the children's
He's
programming.
being an adorable little guy, yeah.
Turns out kids want to watch like Bluey and Miss Rachel and not whatever bespoke conservative propaganda your parents subscribe to.
The people who have poured money into making you a big deal are about to lose their entire investment. I know more about your marriage than you think I do.
Oh my God!
I have evidence, and I have witnesses.
Wow.
I know who to subpoena. I know what questions to ask about nocturnal liaison dangereuse.
With ghost.
Chat, this is wrecker behavior. This is actually wrecker behavior. That's what's happening. I think that Milo thinks that he's being really smart here, and I think he thinks that he's gonna get some new audience off the back of like Turning Point USA falling apart and falling off, and people like he's seen people running to Candace Owens and running to Nick Fuentes, and he's like, I can do this. But actually, what he's doing is he's being really unwell on main. Like, this is really unwell on main. Like, that's what this, and this, like, I've come across wreckers in the left-wing organizing world, and they do exactly this shit. They say things like this. They say things like, nobody cares about you, Kate. They say things about, like, they say things like, I know more about your marriage than you think I do. Like, this is super, super unwell posting. It's not normal posting at all. Super villain posting, yeah. He's like, I'm gonna burn the fucking house down around me, and I don't give a shit. But secretly, he's like, hopefully this will get me attention. Oh my God, this is crazy.
Dangerous, with chaps, assless chaps about being caught in flagrant delicto at conferences attended by students, some of whom may have been under 18. I guess we'll find out.
It was a student action summit.
Wow.
Okay, that's the bit that is defamatory. He's literally saying, you're a pedo, maybe. Oh my God, that's crazy. That is wrecker shit. At first I was like, how is he gonna sue for defamation for saying he's gay? He's not gonna do. Oh, he could definitely sue for defamation for him implying that he's a pedophile.
Nobody cares about you, Kate. I'll say this. It was shitty of me to say you look old. I am a shitty person. I'll delete that if you want and apologize. It doesn't make me feel awesome to look back at those tweets. But you do look old. You look hideous. You look twice your age. Apparently you agree because you just took the video down that I took a screenshot from today.
Oh my God. So he'll delete the tweet calling her old, but just so you know, you look old and hideous and twice your age.
It makes me a C-word to call you old looking, but it's not something you can sue over in America. If you're raw about people saying you're a swinger, maybe don't be a swinger. Strange how rumors just take on a life of their own, especially given how notoriously prudish nurses are.
This is literally a storyline on Real Housewives of Salt Lake City.
Discovery will destroy your career beyond any possibility of redemption, Benny, which has never been my intention and never in my heart, because I believe that family is making you a better man, as I think it did Charlie Kirk. But this will be the inevitable result of your actions. I just want you to be honest because I believe that it's important and I believe that it is in the public interest to report on people who present one way and act another.
Gay men love to be misogynists. It's fucking crazy.
There's an easy way out of this. Honestly, just tell your viewers who you are and what you've done and how you got better, if you have. You could be an inspiration to millions. Tell you what, I'll pledge to you right now, I'll cover the first $10,000 of your therapy with Dr. Nicolosi.
He's trying to get him to do conversion therapy. Oh my God. He's saying, I'll get you the conversion therapy, dog. Don't worry. Don't worry. Oh my God, this is nuts. He's fucking absolutely cracked. He is absolutely cracked. This is the most insane shit I've ever seen in my life.
That must be the doctor that converted Milo.
Made him so not gay anymore.
Made him not gay anymore. Where is it?
Dr. Joseph Nicolosi.
Mom! Why did you do that to me?
Yes,
that is a clip from a famous interview with somebody who'd gone through the therapy and was showing how he got rid of his gayness by taking a tennis racket and smacking a couch.
And saying, Mom, why did you do this to me? Mom, why did you make me gay? This is fucking dog. Nuts. This is nuts.
That could be you, Benny.
That could be you.
Inspiration to all of us.
So I will cover the first 10,000 of your therapy with Dr. Nicolosi.
Bleak.
I wonder if that means that Milo's saying he needs a lot of therapy, or whether Dr. Nicolosi is very, very, very expensive treatment.
I saw on Wikipedia, yeah, he's the leading conversion therapy guy in the United States, it appears.
Kate's ravenous mossy bank will have to take care of itself.
For what?
He's calling her pussy a ravenous mossy bank. Yeah, he's definitely not gay anymore, man. He can't even just like talk about a vagina in a normal way. What? Ravenous mossy bank.
He's dead. Sorry, go on.
Oh my gosh, put this back up there. I know what that means. So Dr. Nicolosi, Kate's ravenous mossy bank will have to take care of itself. I think I know what that means.
Mossy in British slang. Old-fashioned, dull or slow. Okay.
I'm gonna steal that for myself going forward. Yeah.
Wonder if that's a euphemism for...
Of course it is. He said she's old. That's what I'm saying. Mossy. And
hey, Kairos, what's up?
Is her genitalia.
That's what I thought. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And so he's basically saying, like, she's not getting any conversion therapy for being a swinger. That's what he's saying there. Or we can both spend millions and I'll win. Is that really what you want? Yours in Christ.
Yeah, this is him.
I am not gay. I am straight. I'm straight. I like women only, not men. I am not gay. There's nothing wrong with being gay, but I'm not.
Or kisses. I guess that depends on what day of the week it is. Your friend Milo.
He said country with the K, and says he's prayed the gay away, Milo Yiannopolous, or are we still...
I think that's kind of like it's just a premise for a bit at this point.
It's gotta be, right?
Yeah. It sort of always has been. Like, you remember when he said his, like, what is he had, like, gay black fiance, but now that's his, like, live-in servant or something like that.
No, wait a second.
It's all performance.
This is not over yet, because we still have one more tweet that has jumped into the fray, and of course, we're talking about Laura Loomer.
Yes.
This is,
oh, cool. Another absolutely, like, just someone who's been, like, kicked by the wayside, desperate for fucking all of this shit. Just desperate for any kind of attention. I just need so much attention. Like, oh my god, it's so embarrassing. There's nothing wrong with being gay really sent me, yeah. It was good. It was good.
For 13, this is...
It feels nice being independent, especially seeing all the nonsense corruption in both parties, yes.
Responding to Milo, who said on Tim Pool that Charlie Kirk was gay.
And that video is at the bottom of this.
These people are competing on who can have the most profitable public breakdown. Yeah, it's so mad. Like, that's all we've seen over like the last couple of days. Like, Tim Pool going absolutely insane, like freaking out, yelling at people. Nick Fuente's kind of doing a little bit of that, like, not quite on the verge of breakdown, but losing his mind that like loads of people are watching Candace Owens and people are watching him and Candace Owens. He's not happy with that, and now we got fucking Milo Yiannopoulos losing. I mean, it's quite funny that he's on the Tim Pool show when he's like saying this shit about Benny Johnson. Like, that is fucking funny as hell. That's funny as hell, man. And George Santos is there, and it's like, what are you doing, bro? Like, what? My man got put in jail and just like completely rejected by the fucking Republican Party, and he's just out there like, I don't know, I guess I'll go on the Tim Pool show. Embarrassing, bro. Absolutely fucking embarrassing.
Tweet if you want to check.
Well, let's play that clip. Yeah.
Entered into the record here.
Yeah. So listen. We try not to do these gossipy things, but these are all big political voices in the Republican Party. This is, in many respects, the brain trust. And Laura Loomer is, of course, one of Donald Trump's top advisors.
MTG's
TPUSA was one of the biggest operators of the Get Out the Vote for Trump in 2024. And here is Milo Yiannopoulos on Tim Pool's show making claims about Charlie Kirk.
I'm always a couple of days behind watching on the show because I've got stuff going on. But somebody tweeted today that Candace is.
He's got nothing going on. Chat, he's got fucking absolutely nothing going on whatsoever.
I'm always a couple of days behind watching on the show because I've got stuff going on. But somebody tweeted today that Candace said that she believed that they were about to get a divorce. I think he was gay, and I think he was gay. And
come on, you know that I've criticized. What? Like I'm sorry, Tim, but like, why would you even go there? Like to say.
George Santos literally being the sanest guy in the room. This is so funny. Why would you even go there? Oh, this is so good. This is one of the best things I've ever seen.
and I think he was gay. And
come on, you know that I've criticized. What? Like I'm sorry, Tim, but like, why would you even go there? Like, no, the man's dead. You're calling now. That's when
people can tell the truth. I'm always a couple of days behind.
I'm really enjoying George Santos being the responsible actor here. He's got to toe that line.
Yes,
can't make any more enemies.
Like, do people remember that George Santos lied about so many things?
Yes. Didn't he steal from a veteran whose dog he was trying to get to?
Stole from a dog charity.
Yeah, a dog charity.
He's dead. You can't say he's gay.
To help his sick dog. Anyway, yeah, but he don't go there.
So don't call him gay. That's the worst thing you can say about somebody.
Here is
the
Laura
Republican
Loomer.
Party is a bunch of guys calling each other gay.
Yep.
Here is Laura Loomer striking back. Marjorie Trader Green's intern and speechwriter Milo Yiannopoulos, who spends a lot of his time living inside the Rome, Georgia home of Marjorie Taylor Greene, went on Timcast to say Charlie Kirk was about to divorce Erica Kirk before he died and that Charlie was gay. Milo also used the episode to say Candace cares more about Charlie than Erica Kirk cares about her own husband.
Yeah, but that's just true, though. That bit is definitely true.
Milo, who runs Marjorie Taylor Greene's social media and writes her speeches for her by his own admission, also claimed that Charlie hasn't been buried and could still even be alive.
That's great.
I didn't hear that one.
He claims that Charlie Kirk, I saw this, he claimed that Charlie Kirk has not been buried yet for whatever reason. I think he also implied that in that Instagram post that Erica Kirk did when she was saying, I love you.
The one that's saved on your phone?
That accidentally got saved on my phone? Yeah, that one. That wasn't Charlie Kirk's body.
You don't...
Because her hand was too large relative to his.
No, but like that's a stupid thing to say though, because you could say Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk corpse video. Am I really Googling this? Am I really Googling these words? Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk corpse video. Okay. Okay. Is it in here? Yeah. Right. There's so much more stuff that you could say about this to say that it's not his body, right? You could say so many other things. First of all, you don't see his face. Yeah. Second of all, those are not real hands, bro. You don't need to say mad shit like her hands are not the same size. That's like the kind of thing a crazy person would say. The kind of thing a sane person would say, like me, who's thought this through, is just look at those hands, bro. Look at those hands. That's a plastic puppet hand. Come on, man. Come on, bro. That's the real thing. No, I think he's dead. I'm not saying I'm just so everyone's clear, this is a bit. But like hey, why so dankness? Yes, I know. Dead hands look weird. I'm joking. That's the thing. They got those Charlie Real dolls out extra quick. Looking more plastic than Lenin. Yeah. That's it. No, I'm joking. But, you know, that he could have said that instead, couldn't he? Instead of like the weird hand size thing. It just doesn't make sense. Anyway.
Oh, might be time for another Candace Owens
another anomaly.
No, it's going to be the formaldehyde and the makeup. Yes, absolutely. That's what that is. Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't know what is true and what's not true anymore about anything. But getting back to this, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
That's one thing that my mum said. She said, "Here's a bit of advice for you, and I've never been so serious about anything in my entire life. It doesn't matter how much you love the person. In fact, the more you love the person, the more you shouldn't do this. But if you're with them when they die, don't spend more than 30 minutes with them. Don't spend more than 20 minutes with them. Because as soon as they die, they stop looking like a person. It's just what happens when you die, right? It's just not them anymore. And it just like they actually physically start to look like not like a person. And my mum said even the mortician with her dad was saying like, you don't want to see him. And she was like, no, I've got to see him. Like before he went out. And she was like, it just ruined like my memory of him, because it's just literally not him, and you just shouldn't be like looking at like a dead person in that way. It's just not right. Yeah, I've seen a dead body before because I wanted to be a medical examiner at one point. It was so unnerving. I was like, nah, I gotta go. Yeah, no, it sounds fucked, but it's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's what my mum said to me, and I've never like I was with my granddad when he was dying, and he looked different enough. Right? He looked like different enough when he was dying, let alone when he died. So it's like, I'm not about that, but yeah, bit of advice there for you. Yeah. The body crossing the uncanny valley, correct. Yeah. That's what it is.
Owens and Tucker were all together this week at Tucker's Christmas party in Nashville, Tennessee. Oh my God. Tucker Carlson also had Milo on his show this week to talk about homosexuality. Now, the same week Tucker had Milo on to talk about homosexuality, Milo's now calling Charlie gay.
Capitalized.
Tucker is still set to be the keynote speaker for the upcoming TPUSA AmFest.
Well, Charlie would have wanted that. I mean, I've seen texts about that stuff.
Yes.
It appears that all of the attacks on Charlie Kirk and TPUSA were organized and plotted at Tucker's Christmas party this week. It doesn't sound like a fun party. Again, Marjorie Taylor Greene should be pressed on why she allows Milo,
Charlie Gay meet Charlie Kirk,
a national who was fired for pro-pedophilia comments, to work for her and live with her. He is allegedly paid through Isaiah Wortman, who served as the campaign manager for Marjorie Taylor Greene, who now employs Marjorie Taylor Greene's daughter, Lauren, as I have previously reported.
Reported or tweeted?
Yeah, and reported. Well, she is a White House correspondent now. Nobody cares about, first of all, she hates Marjorie Taylor Greene. Laura Loomer does, obviously, because of her Zionism and also because, she's standing with Trump on this.
Yeah, competing for daddy's attention.
No one cares that Milo Yiannopoulos is like working with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Why does she think that this is some sort of dig? The people on the right are probably like, hell yeah.
It's because they're all like, this is the thing. All of their like, it's this mad moment where none of them know how fascist to be publicly. They don't know how fascist to be publicly. They like, they're like, oh, should we be like trashing people for like calling people gay? Is it bad to be calling people gay? Are we allowed to do that? Are we allowed to say it's bad to be gay? Like, you know, they're just like not, you know, they're not sure, because obviously Fuentes and Candace Owens are just out here being like, yeah, you know, you know, that's what they're saying. They're just like open in hating Jews, you know. And I think that even Candace is like a little bit more reserved on that. You know, she's just like, Israel did it. This is the kind of thing that Israel does, yada, yada, yada. And obviously there were the texts between Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens where he was saying like, Zionist lobby donors fit the stereotypes, right? Revealing his own anti-Semitism, yeah? And I think that that's truly what it is. I think that they're scrambling to be like, what do we do in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death? How do we get this audience? How do we capitalize on this? But they're not sure how like fascist they're allowed to be openly. And that's why it's like Laura Loomer is just being like, oh, Milo Yiannopoulos writes for Marjorie Taylor Greene. And it's like, so what? He's on your side. What are you talking about? It's like, oh, he called Charlie Kirk gay and said that Erica Kirk was going to divorce him and shit. And it's like, so what, man? Like,
Marjorie Taylor Greene might, this is crazy to say, I don't fully believe it, but maybe with younger Republicans, might have more credibility right now than Trump himself.
Yes, correct.
I mean,
I think she's right. I think Emma's right.
With the fact that she's anti-Israel, if you're under 40 or under 35 and you're a Republican, who do you like more?
That would be
Taylor
an
Greene?
interesting poll to see, actually.
I think that it's probably more MTG. But this is hilarious. And the thing is that they're all closeted. Not all of them. I shouldn't say that. But many of them are just unable to come to terms with the fact that they are homosexual or maybe on some sort of spectrum, as we all are. And they take it out on people, or they like overcompensate by constantly reaffirming these like hierarchies and roles that they're supposed to fulfill.
Based
That's
Emma,
what it
correct.
means to be a mighty man of valor.
Right.
You know, in FUBAR, we wrote about that era's anti-gay Republicans. These gay Republicans, there was a couple that were like vehement homophobes. Larry Craig was not, I think, the most egregious. There was a guy named, I think it was Ed Schrock, who was vehement on the floor of the Congress. Vehemently, and then his Grindr profile showed up, or whatever it was at that time, a website, and
what do you mean? People have been giving MTG far too much credit for scruples lately. Do you think that she's not scrupulous in terms of the Epstein files and being anti-Israel, and of course being anti-Israel first and foremost because she hates Jewish people? You know, she was doing Jewish space lasers. People are giving it to scruples. She's a vampiric opportunist, just like Candace. But wait, hang on a minute. What is she doing? How is she being an opportunist? I think that Middle Earth Marxist is right. I think she's authentically who she is. And I don't think Middle Earth Marxist is saying that she is a good person. I think that Middle Earth Marxist is right. She's authentically a horrible person, but she stands on what she believes. She's unscrupulous as fuck. Yeah. She hasn't abandoned her base. Correct. That's the main thing, right? Yes. Did you say Jewish space lasers? Oh, yeah. No, she's an absolute freak. She is an absolute fucking, like, QAnon, fascist, you know. She's one of the worst. Like, she wanted Donald Trump to get into power and just be like, right, American first, fascism, no gay people, no trans people, no migrants, probably no black people. Like, she's a true fascist. She's a true American fascist. And she really believes in these, like, mad conspiracy theories. But when he got into power and started conceding to capitalism, that was when she was like, oh, this is weird. Hang on a minute. There's like a big cabal of, you know, this is what we learn about in conspiracy theory school. There's like a big Jewish cabal and they're like, you know, looking after us and shit, right? You know? They're looking after us. No, they're in charge of everything, right? You know, this is the whole thing. Marjorie Taylor Greene was the one who said Jewish space lasers, yep. She, like, believes this idea that there's, like, a Jewish cabal, and that's how she saw the Epstein stuff as well. Do you think she believes Milo's conversion therapy worked? I don't know, man. It's hard to tell. She seems like the kind of person who would believe that, right? Because she believes all this other crank shit. She believes all this other mad conspiracy shit. So, like, I believe that she would probably believe that people are just, like, not naturally gay. I disagree. She's always been media savvy, used QAnon to get a platform and get elected, and now it's obvious Trump isn't going to be around forever. She's making her own space. Interesting. I think she truly believes that shit. I don't think that she used it to get a platform. I think that she believes that shit and she got a platform. I don't think it makes sense to resign as a politician when your party is in power. I don't think that makes sense. I think if she was unscrupulous and media savvy, I think she would stay quiet. I don't buy the true believer narrative. It gives her too much credit. But does it give her too much credit, though? Because, like, to believe in the things that she believes is disgusting, right? Both things could be true? Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm not precious about this stuff either way. I think it's important to, like, think about this thing. It makes sense when you're trying to capitalize on rising discontent within your party's base. Yeah, but, like, Trump could be the forever president. Like, Trump, obviously he'll die, but, like, he could be the guy that ends all elections and starts to do that shit, and then the Republican Party is just in power, and, like, you're part of that. I don't know, man. Like, to me, it just, like, maybe in that case, like, she doesn't know what's going on, and she's a fucking idiot. I don't know. It's hard to know, right? Hard to know.
I think he's no longer in Congress. But it's sort of interesting with people like Benny Johnson's age, for instance. And again, I have no information that he is gay.
Being popular is useful regardless of the political system. Yeah, but, like, when Donald Trump is calling her, like, Marjorie Traitor Green, and he's saying that traitors should be hanged and shit. I don't know. Man. Like, I really don't. I think that with this shit, I think that things are super unprecedented. You know? I don't know. It's tough to know. But I like having these discussions. Even if we're not, like, fully agreeing, or, like, we're not... I think that these are the things that we can, like, agree to disagree on, because it's like, it doesn't really matter, because either way they're all horrible, right? But I think it's interesting to, like, discuss this stuff and try and figure out, like, what the actual, like, what the game is. What are they doing? When Trump dies, who takes his place? Pete Hegseth or Stephen Miller? Who takes his place? One of his shitty kids or the really popular person who's been saying what their base thinks? Yeah, but the base won't matter. That's the thing. Like, I don't think the base will matter, right? I think that the base won't matter if the Republican Party has like changed America to be this like explicitly fascist core where he is just, you know, where the Republican Party is just in charge forever, but it's something different. It's the you know, the American Fascist Party or whatever, right? MAGA won't exist post-Trump. Yeah, but it'll just be like MAGA, but like a bit different, right? It won't be the MAGA base. They'll still agree with the same things of MAGA, right? Yeah, they're trying to go with the direction that the base doesn't matter because they're in power, so like they don't serve them anymore, right? JD will make a play, Hegseth will go nuts, a bunch will go to ground, it'll be free for all for a bit, yeah. Yeah.
Heard things.
I've only
all good opinions, chat.
Yiannopolous and
all good and informed opinions, by the way. You know, I don't think any of us are fully wrong. I think that there's a lot of good insight.
Who sounds like a credible
regarding this.
To this, but it's interesting because like. You know, you see gay Republicans.
Yeah, I think the only possible bad take that you could have is that, like, they're trying to secretly bring about communism by being so bad. That would be like, I would get mad if someone had that take. That Marjorie Taylor Greene is a secret communist and actually she's trying to do stuff. I guarantee someone's got that take. Someone... With the amount of takes that people can have, someone has that take. I bet Xander Hall has that take.
Do okay in that?
No, I'm not starting any of that shit again. It's not happening. We're not going there.
It's like Dave Rubin
I did go there,
now.
but whatever. Fuck him. Who cares?
He had some trouble when people found out that he was having a kid with his husband. Yeah. Or two kids for that matter.
Someone in the ACP. Yes. That's what I'm saying. Some Jackson Hinkle ass has shit. Yes. Infiltrated accelerationists.
One wonders like why.
A lot of liberals have that take. No, but they're not going to be thinking about communism, right? Are they thinking about communism in the bad way? V from TO, hello?
Like why Benny Johnson couldn't come out of the...
Are they saying she's secretly a Chinese spy? Communists would not be complimentary to debate perverts. Yeah, that's true. But like but maybe that's why they're saying it, because that is just literally like, yes. That has literally just like blown my mind a little bit. V from TO saying that a lot of liberals have that take. They would not be saying communism in the good sense. That's why it's a bad take. Didn't Comrade Casey say so? Who is that? Comrade Casey? I don't know who that is. I actually don't know who that is.
Closet if he were gay. I mean, aside from the fact that like, does his reporting rely on his machismo?
Yes. No, you're absolutely right. A lot of liberals think Trump and MAGA and MGT are communist. Yes, they say things like, this is North Korea, this is the same as Mao, this is we're doing this Asian shit. Yes. North Star Radio? That guy. Okay, yeah, that guy. Yeah, that guy. He popped off for like a bit and then fell off rapid when everyone found out he was ACP.
How much?
I think that I'm not trying to psychoanalyze people too much, but I do think that there's a level of like, you can have, so if you're on some sort of sexual spectrum and you still have some attraction to women, you can just deny those feelings until it becomes a big problem for you, basically.
That's why the term used in like AIDS prevention is men who have sex with men, because
right.
That self-definition is it's really easy for guys apparently to just say, I'm not actually gay. That doesn't apply to me, even though I'm regularly having sex with men.
I remember
100%, yeah.
Steven Crowder's ex-wife. You'll recall she is a very Christian woman, and Steven Crowder also, I think, projects being very Christian. She once had a tweet that was saying that she believes a lot of men who promote their Christianity so much and their, oppose his father are gay. And who knows who she was talking about. But I can imagine like, a situation where it's not necessarily society, maybe it's your family. Like if your father's very overbearing and like he was a wrestling coach or something like that and was like, caused you to like lift a lot of weights and you got to get really big because you've got to project I'm like a man's man, like type of thing. I mean, I got a gun right here on my holster, because that's very manly.
Exactly.
I could see how like you're running from something in your head.
Yes.
That you're
and when you run from something like that, you do a lot of work to make it so that it's like as bulletproof as possible. So you try to project that onto other people, the standards that you are trying to tell yourself in your head over and over again that you have to stand by.
Those beans out.
There's every incentive if you're on some sort of spectrum and you aren't fully gay. Some people may be, but if you are bisexual or in some way or on a sexuality spectrum, to be
bisexual. That sounds fake to me, chat.
Heteronormative, and that is even more intense with men, and it's even more intense with right-wing men.
And then also you make a lot of content in drag and drop your nuts on every one of your employees.
Yes, the very heterosexual thing that Steven Crowder was doing, pulling out his balls with his male employees and placing it on them all the time.
Oh, were we talking about Steven Crowder?
Yeah.
No, I was just saying like
Sam Seder, what a nightmare.
Hypothetically.
That would be an example.
Yeah, that's just like a kind of lighting, right? That's not a real sexuality.
Of how it pours
that
out.
type of behavior. I understand.
But now that we put it out there, I mean, that's a lot of major
Does anyone want to see spitting images, Trump and Vance puppets? Yeah, sure, go on. What the hell?
wing figures in media.
Get it in the
right
chat,
now that have
Steph.
At least had rumors about being into men. You got, or just behavior that might indicate it. You've got Steven Crowder, you got Benny Johnson, you got
Mike Johnson.
You got.
You want to go on that side of things too.
Yeah, there's some others.
Yeah.
Bisexual when you're attracted to biplanes, yeah.
Disproportionate. Fuentes.
Wherever there isn't a rape allegation, you're probably finding a closet.
Right, yeah. It's rapist.
It's either or.
Okay, guys.
Yeah.
1 minute video, let's go.
Hello, my fellow bullshitters. Today I am announcing that I have signed a bill to release...
That's just like not that good. Spitting image fell off. Spitting image fell off.
The spitting image, the rest is bullshit files with immediate effect. And here is that bill. Don't worry, Bill. You're not featured in these files.
Phew. What has he got on his head? Oh, he's got a Donald Trump signature on his head.
Thank you, Mr. President. The entire series is now available to view, featuring all the banned YouTube episodes in their full unredacted form at www.spittingimageofficial.com. And for those of you looking for an extra serving of this Christmas turkey, there's even an extended seasonal episode.
He is wearing like a little crown, yeah.
Gorge on. Gobble, gobble. So, happy holidays and
Okay, the Vance one is good.
extra serving of this Christmas turkey. There's even an extended seasonal episode for you to gorge on.
The JD Vance one is actually really good. That's actually really good. What the hell, dude? Oh my god. Oh my god.
So, happy holidays
Gobble,
and
he
bad
said.
will to all men, women, and children, especially Venezuelans in boats.
They just kind of like stole South Park a little bit, didn't they? With JD Vance, because he's so little. Like, that's the South Park bit, right? He's just like super small. What are they doing? They're just like, oh, he sniffs pens. It's like, oh fuck it. Like, yeah, the puppets are fun, but like, oh, spitting image, man. Like, they just went so lib. They just went super duper lib. BBC, innit? It's BBC. Hey, listen, chat. Like, we didn't reach anything important today. Like, all that stuff is fun and funny to look at, and it's good to have like a little chat about it. And you know, we were talking about things like, what does MTG really believe in the chat and stuff like this, right? And it's fun, and we can do that, but we didn't get to anything important, and I feel quite bad about that, because you know me, I've been trying to cover this really important stuff for a long time. I guess we had some important stuff to look at the start of the stream, right? And I feel quite good about that. I did get through some important news that we had to look at the start of the stream, but it was mostly just rubbish, wasn't it? We were just laughing at people calling each other gay. OG Spitting Image was positively brutal with satire. I'll play you a... Okay, before the end of the stream, I'll play you an OG Spitting Image. This is an OG Spitting Image bit. Why is it like this? You could guess what I'm about to play. Why don't they just have it in like normal? Why don't they just have it in normal mode? Why don't they have it in proper thingy? In a proper resolution? Oh man. Do we have to watch the fucking short version of it? Okay. Here's the OG Spitting Image.
Next contender, please. Your name, sir. Yitzhak Shamir.
Oh my god, what is with the fucking music? Why can't we just have like a normal version of it? Why is there like all this writing on the top of it and shit like that? Like, what is that? Why can't I just find what I'm looking for? What's his name? Yitzhak. What's the guy's name?
Contender, please. Your name, sir. Yitzhak Shamir.
Yitzhak Shamir, right. That's the guy's name. The internet is so bad now. It's so fucking bad, man. I just can't find, like, a good version of it. Like, show it me in, like, the proper resolution, dog. Oh, fuck me. It was ITV back in the day. Yes, correct. That's right. How do you just like have it with like no shorts? How do you have like no shorts come up? All the shorts that come up aren't even like fucking they aren't even the one that I want. I'm gonna have to get like the Facebook thing for this. I'm gonna have to actually get like the Facebook video. Because YouTube doesn't have it. Hit the videos tab at the top. That I was on YouTube. Click videos instead of all. Wait, that's on YouTube? Right, okay. Here's the original bit. Here's the original bit. I have to go on fucking Facebook for this, chat. So what this is, right, is this is deeply fucking British. This is deeply fucking British, but basically what this is parodying is a British show called Mastermind. It's not parodying it, it's just doing Mastermind. Mastermind is a show where like people come on and they have a specialist subject and they do general knowledge and it's really difficult questions. And yeah, this is from back in the day, like back in the. So by the way, Yitzhak Shamir, like a fucking Zionist Israeli piece of shit. That's why his occupation is the West Bank and Gaza. This was in the fucking 80s. This was like in the fucking 80s, man. Do you know what I mean? In the fucking 80s, dude. In the fucking 80s. Everybody fucking knew this shit. And here we are, man. Here we fucking are. Alright, chat. As I was saying, yeah? Yo, parkour's language. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm so sorry, parkour's language, but it's the end of my stream. I'm sorry about that, man. But thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Welcome everyone if you're coming in from Parkour's Language's stream. My name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. Unfortunately, yes, my stream is ending right now. But don't worry, we're going to go and raid someone else, so you could just be on the raid train, can't you? And it's great, and it's fun for everybody. But you should smash that follow button anyway, because I'm really good, and you will enjoy my takes.
Follow me, old chum.
There you go. Someone's done it. That's so smart of you. Yes. Everybody go show some love to Parkour's Language. Does some cool music, and I think bird watching streams. But also you were playing some War Thunder, which is always fun. Crazy Saw as well, welcome in. Holiday, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Yo, listen, you know, I know that we didn't do any like serious segments tonight. We did like a serious segment at the start. We just ran through some news stories, but you know, normally I like to spend a bit longer on some serious stuff. Also, I normally do React stuff on a Thursday. I normally do Landlord Brain Rot on a fucking Wednesday, but we've been obsessed with watching all the fucking horrible right-wing fascist fucking conservative talking heads from 10 years ago, losing their minds, attacking each other, all this infighting, all this like slanging, you know, completely like attacking each other, gossiping about each other. It's absolutely fascinating to watch, and I think we've had a good look at that. I will be back on Sunday, but not on this channel. I will be on Red Planet, which is the Comic Roundtable show that I do with Tim and Sophie, Conquest of Dread, and Sophie from Mars. It's going to be 8 p.m. UK time. And we don't have a guest this week, but me and Tim are going to be doing a show anyway. We're going to be having a look at some serious news. And we'll probably be talking about some commie shit. We'll probably just be talking about some commie shit regarding what's going on in the news at the moment. And you can see us there at twitch.tv/RedPlanet Live. We're also on YouTube. The YouTube link is in the chat. And you can also check out some bonus episodes on Patreon. So please join us there. I will be back on Monday, and I will have a different beard because I'm getting a trim tomorrow. You'll see that it's become very wild and unkempt. It's not great. It makes me look a bit like a freak. So I'm getting this trimmed tomorrow, so I will have a different trim. I will have a different beard the next time you see me, whether it be on Sunday or on Monday. Yeah, please make sure to check out my socials as well. Please make sure to check out my YouTube channels. I have a new YouTube video out. You can find that at the second YouTube channel in the chat. It's my Stream Clips channel. It's a highlight video. It's about Aaron Bastani, a UK left political commentator who is, you know, just not left wing, and he's very bad. And he was talking about Piers Morgan and Nick Fuente's interview, and I lost my fucking mind. So I made a video about that, a little clips video of the stream from yesterday. So go and check that out. Give it a like, give it a subscribe. On my new clips channel, I don't have a lot of subscribers, and I'm not asking for more subscribers, but I do get a lot of fucking hate comments on there because for some reason YouTube just pushes my video to right-wing fucking fascists who like hate me. So I just get a lot of hate comments. So it'd be great to see some nice comments. I know there's a bunch of you in the chat right now. It'd be great to see a bunch of nice comments on the video. We're gonna go raid someone who is talking about some serious stuff. We're gonna go and raid our Ray K, and it makes sense because he is checking out some serious news regarding Palestine and Gaza and also the West Bank. Oh, he's changed his name. I keep fucking forgetting. That's the second time I've forgotten. Okay, there you go, Ray K, all one word. Yes, we're going to go raid Ray because not only is he covering important stuff about Palestine, the West Bank, Gaza, the plight of Palestinians, super important, and he is also a Palestinian creator, but but also he started late, just like me. So that's why it makes sense to raid. But we would have probably raided him anyway, because I think we raid him most Thursdays. So yeah, join us for the raid. Please don't leave. Please stay and join us for the raids. It just looks good when you're going into a new channel. Well, not a new channel. Ray knows me, but when you go into a stream with a raid and you got a load of people and everyone is like, oh, yay, it's really good. Also, you should just follow Ray because he's great. All right, chat. I'll see you on Sunday or I'll see you on Monday. Stay excellent to each other. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace.